Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the late start. We had a few technical issues, but those are all resolved now. So here we have the first game of the first semi-final between uh, Kurita and Yansong. There is also another semi-final between Takanashi and Tomita Yo, the youngster. But we'll be watching Kurita versus Song. Let me turn down my live stream. Um, so we're a few moves in. It was an Anui opening, which, as we were talking about, you don't see that often at this level of play, but it's what Yansong seems to have prepared. I'm joined here by David Shaman, who will be assisting me in the commentary, providing insights of an expert. So good morning.
Good morning, Luke. Happy to be here.
What are your thoughts on the game so far? Obviously, it started with an Anui. It's kind of evolved into a choice between both sides pulling to a rotational game.
Yeah, so what's been very interesting about this game, and I think this goes beyond whether or not Yang Song had it prepared, they walked into an opening where Black had a set of central discs and White was threatening to run Black out of moves by having a few scattered discs around the exterior. But the salient feature was White played into a very, very difficult game where every choice has been hard, whereas Black has had a whole series of straightforward and easy and reactionary choices, and sometimes what essentially looked like a choice between several good moves, whereas White feels on the precipice. Like there's probably a sequence that maybe even White is winning that was viable, but you had to get it right, and every move had features about it that looked ugly. And I think that is the explanation for why Yan Song has used barely more than 6 minutes on his clock, whereas Kurita has used almost 19 so far and has only 11 minutes to go, despite the fact that we're only about halfway through the game.
And it's something we saw last year between the two powerhouses, Kurita and Nagano, who went on to win the tournament. Kurita finished the Swiss section of the tournament last year on 13 out of 13, but Nagano had prepared something special for him for the semi-final and won that. So
yeah, although I thought in that Kurita Nagano game last year, what was going on a lot more was not so much that the choices were obvious for one side and hard for the other side, as much as it had been prepared. And he managed to stay in book for a long time, and he knew what he was doing in the position. This doesn't look like a position where for the last 15 moves Yan Song is doing anything other than figuring it out on the board, but he just hasn't had hard choices.
And I guess that's, in my experience at least, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's one of the advantages of playing Anui as Black, is that the moves might not be as wide a choice.
I don't think of it as a feature of the opening, but it certainly is a feature of the opening the way it was played this time. And
right.
We can see that Kurita did indeed just choose the F1 move, which was something that we were talking about before we went on the air. He's basically decided that, having established this position on the bottom, that he did not want to keep rotating, which is what he would have been doing if he had played, say, E7. And this position, what Kurita would love to have happen is have the entire top played out, at which point the right-hand side of the board is completely left alone. Nobody's had to break through there. And then we get immediately to the business of resolving this sort of potentially dangerous parity-losing setup for White on the left, where there are various moves that Black could offer that White will not want to take because of parity. He's already cut off from a 6, and the notion that become an unviable 5 or otherwise get exploited is something that White has to worry about. But he's got to win this game by running Black out of moves, and all that's in play to do that is getting the last move on the top if he's figured out a way to do that.
Yeah, so you were talking about a way of thinking about this kind of game, in that, what would it look like if the left side were played out? Would I be winning? What would it look if what would it look like if the top side were played out? Would I be winning? And letting that kind of direct where you focus your moves.
Yeah, where you try to make things happen and see the tempos occur. It's certainly true in this cases of these games where the players are massed to one side or the other. And what's very interesting is how often those games do sort of rotationally change direction and become up versus down versus left versus right. That's really interesting. See that he played the first pair to get that pair in, and then he went right back to the other theory of the game that I was mentioning, which is just to keep rotating around. So I said before, oh, look, he played f1 rather than rotate around with the e7. No, he did not have a plan of action to play f1, d1, f2, d2, and so forth. His plan was put in the pair and continue the rotation. So I actually think that there's a very natural response here for black at d2, but this is a move that's worth thinking about. The problem is you can think, but pretty quickly you're going to get to a process of elimination. You don't have f8 and you would never play e8, so what is there?
So he's gone to d2.
Yeah, and again, yeah, at the end of the day, it really wasn't another hard choice. It was a clear correct choice. So I'm suspecting we're going to see f2 here. Again. Although
he looks
actually, let me take that. Well, let me put it another way. Kurita does not want to have the e8 move. So in fact, I take that back. He's not going to go to f2. He does not want to have the e8 move for black be overwhelmingly positive, and after f2 it is. So he clearly had to keep rotating. And again, this is dangerous. I mean, honestly, this is I believe technically a stoner trap right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, but he would have known that playing.
Yes, he would have known that, but I think he judged that unless he rotated heavily, unless he just said we got to keep this thing going, that he wasn't going to win.
Wow. I don't think I've ever in one of these games seen almost a stoner trap where you allow them to play the stoner trap, but you think it's kind of more beneficial for you.
Well, yeah. Look at it this way. What's the value in the stoner trap? The value is you're trading corners, and you're supposed to trade a valuable corner for a less valuable corner. Now, usually in a stoner trap, it always works that way, because usually what happens is the person who takes the first corner just gets a corner, whereas the person who doesn't gains a tempo and takes an edge. Again, we can even go back to what I was saying before. Imagine the whole bottom is played out, and imagine white's got the a8 corner. Okay, black doesn't have any moves anywhere else, so white's going to be in control of the game after that stoner is all played out. Now, if black gains a couple tempo in the course of it, that's another story, but we'll see how he executes it. It does certainly look like we've got black getting one of e1 f1, black getting c1, black getting b1, so 3 of the 5. It's okay. So he breaks the diagonal, which is just, actually the other interesting feature of that, of course, is you break the diagonal and you squeeze your access to c2, which hopefully is useful. Do note, by the way, that the e8 move flips the diagonal back, which is only temporary, and probably kills the viability of the stoner trap altogether, so that's not going to happen. But you can see how it might be tempting for black, but I would hope that it gets dismissed as an idea quite quickly.
Wow, it's quite a scary position then.
I would rather be white in this position.
Okay.
I have to say that up until this point, I would have hated being white. I think that I sort of agree with all Kurita's choices so far, but they were all kind of touch and go, and the ordering of events, like putting in f1 d1 and then going to e7, that took a lot of thought on his part. And again, I would probably be in even worse time shape than he is at this point, given he's down to 9 minutes. And so, I mean, God, let's see, if you gave if you gave me the same amount of time as my opponent, there's no question I'd want to be white in this position. If you tell me I got, as is the case, 1/3 the time my opponent has, I'm not sure.
Just for those joining now, the commentator I'm joined by is David Shaman, who has his own experience of success in the World Championships. What's your history in the tournament?
So I've played in the tournament a lot. The first time I played was 1982. I don't suppose you were even born then.
No, I was -20.
And I actually finished second in the World Championship that year. And then I played in every year from 85 up to 2004, aided by the fact that in 87 it went from 1 player per country to 3 players per country. And then let's say I retired for 19 years, and I started playing again just last year. And over those years, I won the World Championship in 1993, 1999, and 2002.
Wow. So not bad then at the game.
Yeah, it was okay.
All right, so they've continued playing out the stoner sequence. Mm.
I'm a little surprised, actually, because I would have thought that he would play A8 on the theory that Black had to play H8 because of the ability to wedge, and then you play B8 and move a pair. But he clearly made the decision that he wanted to do something to be north first, not second.
Right.
And that is a lot of it, which is you look at an edge and north, and usually what happens is you don't want to change the status quo. You don't want to be the first person to play the next move. But sometimes you've got edges where you say, you know what, I can gain a real advantage by playing the first, not second. And they have something I really looked at carefully to do with the F2A7 diagonal. It may have something to do with the non-access B1, but I think he just judged, hey, there's an opportunity to play that move. Clearly, if Black plays C2, he's just going to respond to B1, he's going to gain a free move, and he's going to create an F2 G1 pair. So clearly he thinks, after this position, it looks really good, and I suppose what he's also thinking is this forces, therefore, Black to play B1, and I'm just going to play C2, and what have we done? I've gained a tempo, and B, Black's got a weak-looking position. It's a decent theory of things. I guess my problem with it is I don't really quite see the point, because I think it all ends with perhaps Black playing A6, at which point maybe White says, yeah, that's the game. I preserve this 3 for my incremental parity advantage. And by the way, having Black cut off for a 3 is a parity advantage for White, not because you have parity, you already have parity, but because it's an additional safeguard that you will have parity. If you lose parity somewhere else in the board, well, guess what? You have it back. Everything's even. And if you don't lose parity somewhere else in the board, you're preserving your tempo gain, and things are going to get worse for Black. But the problem with that move, that A6 move for Black, is at that point, if White takes the corner, Black can wedge, and the way to think about it is A6, A8, B8, and then A7 and H8 are really a pair. And once Black is wedged, so it's interesting that he just said, look, adding these features. Now, clearly, this is the first time that White's had a choice that isn't going to be too panic-inducing. He really almost certainly plays C2 now.
And just to clarify for those that might not know what a stoner trap is, we've seen it on the bottom edge here. It's where white or one colour will tend to have an edge that sticks out far to one side and is against a corner, and the other side can take the diagonal, and as long as they have all the discs on that diagonal, white or the other colour then has to cut that diagonal to be able to take the corner. But before that colour is able to take the corner, black here is able to play against the uneven edge. And when they play against the uneven edge, in order for them not to take the corner, white then has to take that edge to avoid them taking the h8 corner in this case. But in taking that edge, they'll then flip the x square in b7, meaning that white gets access to the other corner.
Right.
So they have to choose between how that plays out.
Yeah, it's a stoner trap is a forced exchange of corners. The key feature is the white disc at g8, and black was able to go to b7, and as you said, controlling the diagonal in that moment, and then the position on the bottom edge wasn't just that white was at g8, but was one where white and black had various moves that would lead to threatening to take h8 in ways that you get to a position like this, where white either has to ignore it, which he's been doing for 2-3 moves now, or take the corner, or and let black wedge, or do the absolute worst thing, which is to flip the x square. So this is the move, that a6 move is the move that I was talking about, where that sort of extra potential trap in the a8 corner for white is gone. But here we are, and I'm pretty sure white's going to go to g5, because other than some nagging, well, actually no, I take that back. He might not go to g5 because he has to judge how the whole right side plays out. But other than that nagging concern that eventually you might not have access to a8, you don't have to play it. Now, if he thinks it's a risk, if he thinks at some point black's going to control the diagonal, yeah, maybe he throws that pair in. I think my main concern with that a6 move that he allowed with that sequence was he no longer has a trap. It's just an ordinary white black white in the lower left corner, and B, black now has access to f2. Now you might not mind that for the rest of the game, but we're starting to get into the point where you have to think about the entire rest of the game. And look, I think there comes a point here where black just starts collecting the discs on the bottom by taking h8 and then up the side, and white doesn't mind because he's judged that black is just not going to get enough discs.
Well, yeah, this game is nothing if not exciting. And I think this is the kind of game that Yan Song is very good at as well. He likes his interesting but exciting X squares.
Yeah, I haven't seen
watching
him play enough to know, but it certainly it's not lacking in complexity. And again, Kurita's down to under 6 minutes, and Yan Song has over 18. So I'm really happy with that if I'm black. But I honestly do think that white is winning this game, and we just have to see how he plans to execute it. I think my biggest concern is, yeah, he took it. My biggest concern I was about to say was that you were going to lose access to the diagonal.
Yep.
And so he's decided he had to give up that parity security blanket. And as you can see, the answer is just to take the corner, and we go from there. I do like a couple features of this position, and but some of them are kind of illusory. So, for example, it looks really nice that g5 does not give access to g7, but f2 for black ruins that attribute.
So just over this tournament, just to give some insights provided by Dimitri, I'll flip the disc very kindly. Over the Swiss section of the tournament, Kurita, his average move has lost 0.49 discs. So that's his average disc lost score over the tournament so far. Whereas Yan Song has an averaged disc lost of 0.68 per move, both of which are incredible scores, of course. But it's interesting to see that firstly, Kurita might just be better at reading the game, but also I think we've seen that Kurita is a much plighter player, so we'll try and play moves that are according to a computer, the best move, as opposed to moves that might be technically worse but make it more complex for the opponent. But either way, it shows that both players here play to an exceptionally high standard and are more likely to play the perfect move than not. So,
by the way, black has to respond right there. Easy move for black, hard move for white. The reason he put that pair in first is now if you play f2, he's going to respond with g1. Remember I was talking a minute ago, the feature of g4 that was nice was you didn't have access, sorry, of g5 that was nice was that black did not have access to g7. And I then said the f2 move took that away. What Kurita did was said, yes, that's the problem. And he played out the pair at the bottom, which normally you'd say, why would you do that? It's a pair. You will get more discs if black plays first and then white plays second, hopefully 15 moves from now. But he played it out so that he would have the disc at a7. And even though b8 flipped back the disc at b6 and f2 still exists, now there's a response, g1, and that move at g7 never materializes. So he thought it out. It required about a 5-6 move look ahead to say, I really would love to play g5 without g7. Here's a problem. Okay, here's something I need to do to correct the problem. And what do I have to, what's the downside of correcting the problem? Well, the downside is I'm going to get a few fewer discs for the rest of the game, permanent, in the lower left corner, because unfortunately I got to play this pair out first so that I have a response to f2.
So who would you rather be in this position now? Still white?
Oh, absolutely.
Still white, right.
Absolutely white, yes.
I don't know. It's definitely something I'm lacking in that case, because
look at
it just
this
looks
way.
easier for black to
There's
me,
there's decent parity developing here. The only black's going to have to initiate play in the upper left-hand corner, and the only way to sort of ever force white to initiate that play is going to involve white having the top edge. More material for white on top of the left edge. There's no way for black to get to g7 without initiating play on the top, and by the way, that may end up being part of the answer. Part of the answer may be that just like Kurita put in a7, b8, Nansong might do well to put in a3, a2. Okay, so he hasn't done that. He's instead chosen to get there. But look, we've now created a 3. So Kurita's going to choose between h7 and g7, and then you got a pair in f2, g1, and then black has to play over in the a1 corner. This is black is running out of moves, and black will have collected whatever he can collect in the lower right-hand corner, and then be done with it, and most of the rest of the discs on the board are going to be white. Now, I don't know which one's better, actually. I'm assuming the better move is h7, just because things like h6 look really ugly usually, and in fact, but there is a problem, which is the bleed through to h4. So this is actually a little bit difficult. White has to figure out how to get a last move. I think the way I would play it would be h7, and then if he plays h6, you finish the region, and then it's black's turn, and it's what we discussed. Or you play h7, and if he plays g7, you have to play h6. It does give black another move to h4. Fine, and then you can play out the 3, e1, g1, f2. So at the end of that, you end up with 4 empty squares in the northeast, h1, 2, 3, and g2, if you do it that way, and then you just get on with it. And the only thing you need to check is things like not having no discs on the a1, h8 diagonal, so that eventually when the edge plays out, it doesn't play out in some silly way that involves you having to give up the corner.
Sure. So the other semi-final has just finished their first game. So hopefully we'll bring you that board soon.
Although, by the way, I
It'll
would
switch
point
over.
out that Karita's also down to 1 minute and 26 seconds.
He is, yeah. So we'll try and do it quickly if I can work out how this walkie-talkie works. Oh. Should be a button. Anyway, the score of the other semi-finals first round was 33 to Tomita Yo, 31 to Yusuke Takanashi. So the semi-final is 3 rounds, best of 3. Obviously, if you win 2, then you've won it. So Takanashi will now need to win 2 games to progress to the final. So that's a big win for the young Japanese player there.
By the way, I don't know which board we're showing, but what's very dangerous for Karita on board in his game is, in fact, look at this feature. If black now goes to G7 and white has to respond with H6, the move to H4 in response reflips the F6 disk, which means, in fact, possibly black can control the H8A1 diagonal. That's a high risk. He has to play here. I think white is absolutely fine because of the D4 disk. It's not going anywhere. The response to F2 is G1, and in any event, white's going to play E1, G1, F2.
Yeah.
But it's interesting.
Down to 56 seconds now as well for white, which
now he has his play on the rest of the way. The good thing about this is that his moves start to get more reactive.
Yes, and Karita has been fantastic with his time management. In the semi-finals, they do have 35 minutes each instead of the typical 30 that's in the rest of the Swiss section.
Well, yeah, and that's what's amazing here. He's already used 4 minutes more than he was allotted in all the regular rounds.
Yeah, I think it's something they work on quite a lot, and obviously they have tournaments every weekend. In Japan, they have a lot more tournament.
Well, they do, but unless they've changed things in recent years, the typical tournament in Japan uses a 20-minute clock, and 35 versus 20 is a totally different cadence.
Probably feels like these games go on forever for them then. So as you said, well, firstly, he'll have a lot of Yan Song's time to be thinking in. Secondly, his plan should be fairly clear for the rest of the game, assuming nothing surprising happens. It's whether he can flip that number of discs in 56 seconds, I suppose.
Oh, I'm sure he can do that. I'm not sure I could do that, but I'm sure he can do that. So, but you know, it's a very interesting. You'd say, well, what on earth is the choice here? But there really is an interesting choice here for, well, let me put it this way. I think there's a bunch of things to think about that all represent false choices. The only thing that would make this game viable for black, it seems to me, would be controlling that diagonal from H8 on up, and he's looking for a potential to do that, and that now exists. So, for example, I believe that E1 would be a mistake because there we go. See, he was not willing to afford the diagonal, so he's given up the rest of it just to keep that disc at F6 completely secure.
Wow, and I would say it looks really nice for black, but
no, it's black's collected just about everything black is going to collect.
Right, yeah. So there'll be some big moves for white.
Although, man, that is pretty. It does look like black might actually win this because I just underestimated these diagonals. The a3 move just seems like it secures enough discs.
In which case, that would mean that the stoner trap play would have paid off for black. It's almost a direct result of that. His strategy was to play the stoner trap, take the h8 corner and try and build from there, and hopefully get enough discs in that process to win the game.
Very, very possibly, yes. I mean, this is playing out enormously well for black, and in particular, what's interesting is, for example, with the a3 move, not only do you flip the discs from a3 down diagonally and keep them, you have all the discs from b3 down diagonally, and you keep them too. That surprises me.
Yeah, so they'll both probably have counted out these last moves already.
It's just another ordering of the moves. But again, the black is going to win this on
white doesn't flip
on
when he takes,
keeping all the lines that you would have thought under other circumstances would have generated some discs.
Wow. So a really solid game plan from Yan Song.
Yep.
Really well executed.
He might as well time default. He's not going to win on the board. He'll get it right.
10 seconds to flip those. So, both losing players in the semi-finals actually finished their games with 7 seconds left on the clock. So, really quite incredible time management.
It does beg the question, if he'd had an extra 6-8 minutes at move 40 or so, was he always behind, or could he have figured something out?
And it's exciting as well to see a game where white has all 3 corners, but it's not enough to win the game.
Yeah. I think there were just a series of unfortunate choices that he had to make along the way.
Yep.
Because things that I do find it hard to believe Yan Song actually planned out were just cutting in his favor. So, for example, that business there of playing out the a7, b8, which he just sort of felt he had to do to prevent that eventual g7 access we were talking about. That if that had not been necessary, this is a game where you get a few extra discs because eventually, and whether it's 59-60 or something else in the 50s, black would have played down there first and white would have played down there second and gotten more discs. And in those scenarios, you don't have this mess of everything on the 7th row is black as well. You don't have some of these other really surprising things with those 2 diagonals moving up to the left from f8 and g8 are all black.
Yep. Wow, what a couple of games.
Superb.
Again, it's first to 2, so the second round of the semi-final will start soon. So we'll be back then. See you in a bit. Hello again. Welcome to the second game of the first semi-final between Kurita and Yan Song. Yan Song won the first round after playing a brilliant stoner trap game, which we've looked back through and had a lot of different outcomes that could have happened from it. I think there was something Kurita could have done better with a region of 3 that he played slightly wrong because it flipped a disc that would have allowed him to pull out more discs later.
Yeah.
It was an interesting game.
It was very interesting. I mean, Kurita had a choice how to essentially sacrifice a region where he was definitely sacrificing discs, and it feels in the end like he played it in a way that might have maximized the discs he got in the region, but played out very, very unfortunately 10 moves later for the exact opposite part of the board, where black just essentially got everything in a way that was highly unusual and not very probable. And playing it the other way might have sacrificed a disc or two in region, but in exchange for securing everything that was necessary to at least get to a draw. So Kurita had a draw in that game until quite late.
Yeah. On the other semi-final, Takanashi lost the first game to Tomita Yo, who's 11. This puts both of the top seeds going into these semi-finals in quite a tricky position where they have to win the next 2 games to progress to the final. So a lot of pressure on them, especially after last year. Kurita will be wanting to capitalise on the semi-final and make it to the final to win his World Championship, if he wins the final, of course.
We've got a compote with is that called Scorpion, the old black to the left?
I'm out of book.
Well, they're definitely in book. They're about, there's 3 choices at 11 quickly that are typically played, and now we're at 13. They've just put a conventional pair after that in.
Yeah, so Yan Song coming into the first game seemed to have something special with the Anui opening planned for Kurita. I think Kurita will be able to have more control over this opening than Yan Song, just being black. But of course, white is able to play different lines as well. So,
well, I think the main issue in that first game was the time and the fact that Yan Song had plenty of time, and Kurita, really didn't have enough time to solve the puzzle that he'd put in front of himself. And the reason for that was not necessarily that Yan Song was deep in a book, but more that they just got into an opening where turn after turn Kurita's choices were difficult and mistakes would be fatal, and Yan Song's choices were often responsive and fairly obvious. And so I don't know how much Yan Song would have used time otherwise, but in that position he didn't have to use much. And these things compound themselves. His use of less time probably forced Kurita to use more time because he has less opponent's time to think.
Yeah, and Kurita has been historically good at managing his time. He seemed to struggle with it a bit more. I think Yan Song did very well to make the game more complex and put pressure on his opponent's clock, which ultimately came through.
I know it's very frustrating to get into a situation where you're playing a game with more time on the clock than you're typically playing with. So they've got 35 for these semifinals, and rarely do you play 35-minute games in any country in any normal tournament. And even in the 13 rounds, we just use 30, and yet you're in time pressure.
Yeah, so to everyone watching, make sure you've given a thumbs up to the stream. Make sure you subscribe to the World Othello Federation YouTube channel that you're currently watching. Sounds like a small thing, but it's free for you and helps to grow Othello, helps to push out this stream and our content to a wider audience. So any likes or subscriptions to the channel are greatly appreciated. Also, if you have any move suggestions, Any thoughts on the game? Any opinions on Chinese food, which I found interesting? Um, Feel free to comment that as well. Please do.
Well, my comment, Luke, is I'm not sure if you can comment on Chinese food, given that you had fish and chips when we went out to dinner.
I tried pig's trotters, and they weren't for me. I had some nice noodles yesterday though, very spicy, but very tasty.
So this game has actually got some interesting resemblance to the other game in the sense that they're basically set up on two opposite sides. In this case, black to the north and white to the south. And if you notice, the move that Yansong just played was just to essentially to continue to play into the region where he already had his discs and was exposed. And so to some extent, they're each thinking, you know, who wins a game trying to pull in my direction. Can black right now think about allowing white to have an extra move with flipping the b6 disc while he gets busy trying to pull to the north or to the east, or is that not going to work? And if that's not going to work, he needs a new theory of the game. And the new theory of the game is, okay, I do have to do something like play to the bottom in e8 and then sort of change the rotation and sort of think about playing out the right-hand side in a more compact way, maybe giving up a tempo on the bottom edge. But, you know, the e8 move is nice in the sense that it secures a b3 move, and then even after white takes another tempo or somewhere, you also have a h4, a g4 move. But right now that sequence is not clear to me. So if you're going to have to break through somewhere anyhow, you have to think about how and where. But it's a little bit this is a tough position for him. I mean the only really secure way to play the H edge is to take the H edge. I mean, you could do a sequence where you start with H3, and then if you get G4, you play H6, and then just live with owning the edge. But most of the other sequences, if white's willing to take the edge, it's a bit painful. So, for example, if black plays G4, white could play H3 and just express a willingness to take the edge. And it is not a good game for black if white is never going to have to break to the north before black has to break to the south. The other problem is that the other way to think about the game is for black to think about, okay, fine, I am going to have to initiate play and see the left edge, the A edge, played out, but I got to be careful because there's just a lot of sequences where I end up with that edge, and then if I don't have anything on the diagonal from b6 to e3, then of course white will break to the north, but we'll just do it with f2, and there's nothing particularly pretty about that, particularly if black is playing the north edge after owning east and west discs. I don't see any sequences on the right hand side that finish well for black without black taking the edge, and I'm not sure how comfortable I am taking the edge in this position. On the other hand, it doesn't I mean, you can argue that the G4 and H2 are a pair and it doesn't matter what order they're played in. Okay, he's brave. My suggestion.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he's comfortable with White playing g4 here.
Well, he is, but he probably has some in mind that he's probably thought about whether he plays c8 afterward. He's probably thought about whether he wants to break down to the bottom. There is the point that after g4, you have to find another move somewhere, but you could leave the edge alone. You could say, okay, fine, we just played h4, h5, g4, and now if White wants to initiate on the edge again, what's he going to do? He's either going to do h6 and I'll take h7, fine, or he's going to do h4, and I'll probably respond with h6 and let him take the ugly edge. But the problem with all that is that's all well and good until Black has to find a move after g4, and we'll see what he does. My guess is that he's going to do something of the f8 or c8 variety, that he actually is going to break, and but that's to be seen. I mean, if you go back to what I was saying before, you can imagine this board more played out, and if the bottom were played out, then White would be very happy, and if the top were played out, then Black would be very happy. But it's a little unclear if anything has really changed based on the left or right being played out, and particularly when you focus on the right. If it's played out, the question I'm going to ask is, well, who owns what, and who has more of the discs, and who has a feature that can be exploited in the end game, and who has discs that are going to cause pain as the North and South get played out. And that's what's disturbing. I think I would rather in this position give up a tempo in the East in exchange for my opponent having the discs and an exploitable position in the end game than I would to take it, because you want to take the edge when you absolutely have to because you're behind, or you want to take an edge when you're ahead enough that you think it's all the difference in the world between driving the final stake in and not. But in a position that is probably playable in the rest of the board, you probably just want to avoid having the exploitable formations, and again, that's for two reasons. That's one, what will happen in the endgame eventually, and two, the influence it has on all the moves as you play out the rest of the board.
We'll see if that works. Yeah, so both players deep in thought now. They're both on more similar amounts of time this game than in the last game, so it will be interesting to see how that's managed.
What actually impresses me with Kurita is he seems to, despite his time troubles in the first game, he thinks at the right time. He's thinking at the right critical junctures, in my opinion. Now, it may be that he's got multiple moves that are the same or one disc different, but this is this next move, there are various choices that look plausible. They all look uncomfortable, but they lead to different games. So you're making a choice between how you see this thing playing out. And so this is a really good time to think, and think maybe, which game are you more comfortable with, as much as it is which one do you think is better.
And it's interesting for him to come from a game behind. I don't think if he were to win the next two games, I don't think if Kurita were to win the next two games, I don't think that would be shocking for anybody. He's obviously a very strong player who's capable of playing near perfect moves, but it's whether he can deal with the pressure of that, and knowing that last year he had such a good tournament and then went out at the semi-final again, and trying to reverse that.
Although I have to say that if I was in a best 2 out of 3 and the first 2 were split, I feel more comfortable when I've won the second game than when I've won the first.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Pressure goes the other way.
Yes, yeah. The momentum is an important factor of this, I suppose. So we've just switched to the second game, just to give an update. This game, Tomita Yo obviously won the previous game. This one doesn't look quite so close. What are your quick thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't know how we got into this position, but he's absolutely in a world of trouble. And to the extent that Takanashi's thinking about it, he's really just trying to maximize. Well, yeah, I don't know whether he's trying to figure out how to maximize discs on the thought that that could be important for the. He certainly wants to, if the third game is a draw, have won the semifinals. So he certainly needs to get more discs than he lost in the first game. But beyond that, it doesn't really make any difference. So I'm sure there's some really clever things to exploit, but me, if I were doing this, I would just play the simple C8 and be done with it. That's a parity move. It leaves the 4 in the left-hand region. If white wants to do anything other than that, D8 has an E8 response, and you continue to get on with it, and that's a disaster because you also have an F8 response quietly after that. And if in response to C8 he wants to do G1, so be it. It's the same thing. You just go to F8 and get on with it. There's probably some clever way that extracts even more discs than that, and it is possible that you just start your rotation the other way with G3 and go from there. But I think, and it's even possible, for example, that some bizarre G8 works because you would just love to have that B3 disc extracted. But I personally don't see how there's anything that's easier than C8, as well as having a high likelihood of being correct. And there's really almost nothing going here, because not only does white only have 2 choices right now, one of which is to unwedge at F1. Not only does white essentially have one viable choice right now, black has tempos to gain on the bottom edge, coupled with just grabbing everything in the lower left-hand corner. There is no viable response to C8.
Do you think it could be a wipeout?
Oh, no. It's not going to be a wipeout.
Okay.
Because there's going to be really no way to get some of those discs at like B3 or B4 without sacrificing the disc at A8. Now you could create this scenario where white has a few discs along the bottom edge and black has just about everything else, but better just to create the scenario where white has a few discs up in the upper left and very little else. Okay,
I'll pretend that was obvious to me too, but essentially white's dead in this position. It'd be very difficult for Takanashi to
if this. I was white and trying to make things interesting, you clearly are going to be playing the G1 move next despite it all, because you clearly want to see an extra black move. But again, I just don't see how anything doesn't end badly. I suppose you play C8, G1, F8, and then you can play B7 and then because you cannot play b7 in response to c8 because there's a quiet move in response. And look, by the way, the other theory of the game here would be that he plays a7 to essentially force b7 and then plays b8 to give up the corner and then plays c8. And it is that theory where you take all the discs, but it's cute and clever, and maybe he plays it for that reason. Okay.
All right, so we're back to the main game.
Where barely anything happened. So indeed, in the end, Kurita went with the a4 move, which was, okay, I'm going to ignore what's going on the h edge. I don't have to respond to that. And I will therefore initiate play on the west edge, which he did with a4. And Yansong decided, okay, I will play out the h edge further, but the natural response to h4 was always there. He can now decide, and it's tricky actually, but he can decide between h6 and h4. My instincts are to play the h6 move, and my instincts are well, it's done.
There we go. Someone's commented about the latest Othello Quest update. Yeah, I would be interested to know people's thoughts. I personally like some of the features, such as having to acknowledge when I want the game to start. There's now a game start button, which is new. I used to press the 1 minute game and then put my phone down and forget about it and then come back to a lost rating points. So I like that. I also like the background music. I find that very nice. And obviously you can turn that off if you want as well. I don't like when you miss a go now, when you can't play. There's a big animation that comes up, and that seems to get in the way of the board to me. You can cancel it, but that's just me as well. I'd be interested to know what people's watching's thoughts are on that as well. So it's definitely an interesting update, so worth checking out if you haven't.
So I'm actually a little more comfortable as black now than I was before. Yansong responded to the h6 move by declining to take h7, which is fine, but in doing so, he's the one who had to find a move. He decided that playing things on the west were not viable, and so he's broken through to the top. So now we have hints that the top of the board is going to get played out, and with moves on the top and on the left and on the right, it's looking more and more likely that we're not going to break through to the bottom except on Kurita's terms. And that's very powerful.
Who would you rather be in this position?
That's a really good question. I think I would rather be black, because I think I haven't looked at all the sequences. I've not been concentrating on it hard enough, but I think we're going to look at a game where we're going to get at least another 6-7 moves in before anyone even has to think about playing to the bottom. And I also think that let me put it another way. White taking h7 is ugly, and white may need to. Black taking h3 is not as ugly and may be the opportunistic tempo gain that black uses to put the knife in and force white to play twice as we're filling out the west and the north. And that there's an awful lot of power in that. And in particular, I don't like owning the H edge if we still have to play out the top a lot, because it means it makes it uglier for me to play out the top. I don't mind grabbing the H edge after we've played out the top a bit more. I'd rather not. I'd rather preserve a great move to C8 for eventually when I have to break the bottom, and that's at odds with taking the H edge. But I also know that the H edge is not very exploitable unless the bottom changes, because there's no H7 or G7 clever move for white, and in particular G7 will have a H7 response in this current configuration, so it's totally unviable. So I'm sort of thinking that this is a world where white may feel compelled to give me the A8 corner just to do things where he can then wedge or play the X square at G7 later. But right now it's white to choose, and again, although black has cut himself off from the West, the sequences don't make much headway for black. I suppose the white move to play right now is E2, but it's very interesting, because at least as it stands now, both E2 and F2 flip both of the discs at E3 and F3 and cut you off from the north. It also creates the world of a swindle. So, for example, the response to E2 or F2, if black could decide, yes, that is the moment to go to C8, knowing full well that the C3 disc is not viable for white to flip anymore because of the swindle of black being able to go to H3 quietly. So if you're going to do E2 or F2, you're suddenly constrained. You can't play C1, you can't play B3, you can't play A5, you can't play any of the moves that flip C3. And so you may not want to do that. But on the other hand, there's nothing else for him. I mean, he could play A6, it's got the A5 response. And then you take that edge and you play out that edge, and sure, you may gain a tempo by playing A6, A5, A3, B3, A2, and you get the last move, but guess what? Now you're on an unbalanced edge, and the north is still being played. So I think this is ugly for white. Now, again, similarly, A5 is just, maybe it is viable, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like A5, B3 is just a natural response, and go from there.
And by ugly, you mean it looks...
Well, it's ugly because it takes a situation where black has no moves on the West and makes all the moves on the West available to black. And so it gives black an A6 response, an A3 response, a B3 response, and there's just such a natural B3 response that once you've played that pair, all you can do is take the edge. Now, A3 may sort of look and feel the same, and maybe it's the most viable. But I think I don't think black minds that much. I think black might just respond with A5 and either give white the edge or dare to have something similar. I think I think what black is sort of content to do on the A side is to give white one more tempo and just not take anything ugly. But again, it's sort of the same thing I said, which is black looks at this position and says, imagine we play out the West. Am I happy or not happy? This position with no moves over on the West, black is incredibly happy. So, yeah.
If Kurita wins this game, it will be interesting to see how Yan Song approaches the final game, because I'd imagine he'd have more than one line prepared for Kurita. But it'll be
Well,
interesting to see if that's based off the same as the first game, or
yeah. Well, I
if it
think
goes for
what'll be
something
really
different.
interesting is if Kurita wins this game by less than 37-27, and then Yan Song gets the choice of color, what he would do. Particularly if they both won games as black. So I had to guess he's thinking about E1, but no, C1. That's interesting. That's a very interesting move because it's kind of hard to identify. So I was having a knee-jerk reaction on my glancing at it that you wanted the disc at C3. He perhaps did not want to have E1, D1, C1, which, by the way, would be exactly the same as this position with black discs at E1, D1, and C3. Okay. So, again, it all feeds on itself. You either give up a tempo or you get that disc anyhow at C3. I am... and I have to say, I'm not quite clear why he wanted to do it that way.
He played that quite quickly as well.
Yeah,
I think.
it may be as simple as no, I don't know. The swindle threat doesn't look viable. The problem with playing the A5 move is, yeah, white will bite the bullet and perhaps take the edge, and then you have no choice as black to go to E2. And you will probably follow that with G7. I'm sure he's thinking about A5, A6, G7, but you see, it's just grab the E2 while you can.
Yeah, and of course this is the home tournament for Yan Song, which puts him at an advantage to an extent, just because other players will have travelled to the tournament. And even if they've arrived,
Kurita doesn't have jet lag so much, I guess, only coming from Japan.
Yeah, it's not too far, but I think it still probably affects it somewhat, even if they arrive a week early.
I showed up in China on Monday morning before the tournament started on Friday, and I still haven't had a full night's sleep yet. Last night, after the tournament was over, I slept pretty well.
That's just how it tends to go. I think Guy Plowman, last time he won the British Championships, he did that on an hour's sleep or so, and he doesn't normally drink coffee, but he was high as a kite on caffeine that second day.
So now it's starting to get really interesting. So we're starting to get into how does black get parity, and we're starting to have to worry about that. All the chance at swindle is gone. There's no games where black can play H3 without flipping G3, and there's no games where black can go to H2 with white not having access to H3. So all of that is gone. Everything is very, very clean. Black did not quite manage the trick of getting as far as he would want to get before having to break through to the bottom. The only thing he could do about that now would be to start playing a move like A7 that may speak to why he didn't want the disc at c3 to be black, but that's not entirely clear. This move that white's got at f2 is a problem for black, and it's a problem not because it doesn't create any moves for black immediately up top, but even if it does, there we go. This is going to be tough for both players.
So yeah, the top right region in terms of parity is an even region.
They're all even regions right now.
Yes, but black can't play into the top right one.
Oh well, white can't play anywhere else, so this was going to always get played out. So
are you able to utilize that ever as black to gain parity, leaving an even region that you can't play into?
Yes, but not this early.
Not this early.
No. Where it's useful is an even region of 2 and occasionally an even region of 4. But when it's this many squares, there's absolutely no doubt that white can find a first move into a region of 8 where black cannot, in response, deprive himself of all moves. So here's the trick. If you cut yourself off from an even region, if it's a region of 2, great. If it's a region of 4, you want all your opponent's moves to give you another move that again cut you off from the region. Otherwise, you're going to end up playing the second and third move, not the second and fourth move in the region. Right. There's just no way to do that with an 8. There's no way that white could not find something that, no matter what black did, black would have another move in the region, and then parity goes right back.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
But, look, in terms of parity, and by the way, the only way black is going to win this is some interesting things going on with parity, and the biggest thing going against black in this position is how simple it looks. That doesn't mean it is simple, but it looks simple, and, having gone there and made the decisions and the sacrifice and to say let's play out and take h3, he's now got, it's more problematic for how he's going to play out the bottom, and at some point he needs to find I have to imagine that he's thinking about e1, and I don't know if it works or not, but that's what I have to imagine he's thinking about. Of all the things going on, it is interesting to say that white actually has a kind of strange looking but clever response at g1, because the main point of going to e1 is black would much rather play out the top than anything else and not choose how to break all through. The problem with e1 g1 is, guess what? Black's got to break through. And while you say, well, isn't that crazy? Isn't that exploitable? No, you know what? You could throw away the h1 corner 2-3 times. You could happily play g1, and then when black does something else, also play f1, and even if black does d1, also do g2. And as long as you've got a chance to finally wedge at h2, you just don't care as white. So the reality is the only choice black's got up top does nothing but delay the inevitable that he's got to find a way to play to the bottom here. And what's really unfortunate for him is he doesn't even have the opportunity now to play to a7 and just say, okay, let's punt on this and push it back and gain a tempo and deal with the risk of that being exploited or the 3 in the upper left-hand corner. So anyhow, the question is, how does he break through? And issues. But, none of the moves are good because f8 doesn't exist. And e8, d8, and c8 all flip in multiple directions. So your starting point is there's not an obvious one to say check first.
Just playing something like e1?
No. I mean, the problem with e1 is the response will be g1, and then you're right back where you started. And again, there's really nothing wrong with g1 for white.
The response is g1 there.
Sorry?
The response is g1.
Yes.
Sounds like, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that because
I see it now. I wouldn't have.
Yeah, because again, it gives black nothing to do.
Yeah.
Right now he's saying, how do I break through to the bottom?
Yeah.
And E1, G1 just leaves him with the exact same situation with 2 more discs on the board. And although the G1 move can be attacked, and of course black will eventually get H1, black saying,
Okay, so he's gone E1.
yeah.
So G1
And
is
I
now.
will be shocked if we don't get G1. There we go.
Okay. So why did he play E1 then?
Well, okay.
If
The only
the
thing I
response
would
is
have
that.
to say for that is it's more complicated. So maybe there'll be a screw up later. Maybe, you got to check things later. So, for example, later when white goes to F1, maybe black goes to D1 and white goes to B1. But guess what? Maybe in that sequence, the disc at F3 is black and you can control the diagonal and you can go to B7 in some future world. I don't think so. I mean, the real unfortunate feature, this almost feels like the last game with all the weird things that are not supposed to happen happening. The real unfortunate feature is the way the whole F column is white and there's no access to F8. Once upon a time, F8 was going to be black's favorite move to break to the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of what we're talking about, you're talking about, is made more difficult by the fact that we don't have the virtual board this year.
Right.
It'd be nice to be able to show that on another board and then come back to it.
So he's probably going to play C8 is my guess. C8's got some interesting features. For one, he flips the disc at G4, and you have to ask yourself, do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing? But it certainly, at least temporarily, gets rid of a G2 move and let you think about it. The second thing to be said is no matter which of D8 or E8 white responds, you now have flipped the disc at F5 and you do have access to F8 and it still doesn't flip diagonally, so you've got your move back. I haven't looked at what happens after that, which clearly is what he's doing, but it's hard for me to imagine that the other moves are more viable, although actually, come to think of it, perhaps, well, look, if he decides flipping the G4 disc is a really bad thing, then I guess he starts looking at D8. D8, yeah, that creates a set of tricky choices for white as well. But C8 it is. To me, C8 felt like the more natural and obvious and exploitive move to play.
I think this will be an interesting one to look back through.
Yeah.
Back through afterwards.
Yeah. I'm.
Is he? Do you think Black's wanting to come out to A7 or play on the left?
Oh, he definitely wants to get to A7
left
eventually. He just doesn't quite know how to do it. Now, the key thing here is he's got that disc at F5, so now Black has to think about two things. Do I want to play to the bottom right now, and if so, how? And I think his if so is probably E8. D8 just feels too weakened. D8 has an F8 response, and then all you can do is take B8, and that's just not very nice. Yes, you can play G7. Yes, you can start thinking about all of that. Maybe it works. E8, on the other hand, it's just a mess of winning on parity. With even if Black tries to do, G8 and gain a tempo, you give him another edge. Even if he tries to do, although it is interesting with all the discs in the B column white, that edge will not be attackable. But putting that aside, there is the question of whether white wants to now play F1 or D1 just because Black now has access to F1. think you just got to keep your eye on the parity. And but the main reason to play, a reason to play f1 for white, despite everything else, is to not afford black any access to a7. Still, that's a valuable attribute.
Right, I see.
Yeah. But I think it's there we go. He does play the e8 one. So, by the way, it's very hard in watching a game like this to put myself back and forth in the shoes of each of the two. I usually find when I look at a game, I can analyze it better if I just almost randomly say, here's the player for whom I'm going to sort of think about this.
Yeah.
And I just imagine opponents' responses, the sort of going back and forth on the theory of the game. Even though it's the exact same game, it feels very different to me. I'm thinking g8, but no, see, look, so why would he do that? It's a tempo, and it got that f2 disc.
Is that why e1 was played, do you think, to allow for this?
No, I don't think so. So this is really quite interesting. I probably, if I'm white, I'm pretty happy, and even though the top is an 8, I might play g2 in this position. But at the end of the day, the real problem is, amazingly, I think black's gotten parity, and the way he's gotten parity, in truth, by the way, it seems like that flipping that g4 disc was very powerful, and he may not keep parity, but
how does he have parity?
Well,
Sorry.
Black is going to be going to g8.
Right.
And when black goes to g8, I mean, clearly white could play d8 or f8, but he would play f8, and then black could take the edge. That leaves a 5 in the lower left-hand corner, and the 5 is unexploitable. There is no, white would have to play first into a 5, and there's no move because of all the discs in the B column being white. B7 is not viable, and B8 is silly. It just turns it into a 3 with giving up the edge. So you're stuck with the fact that...
So it's not that it gets black parity in the game overall across the whole board. It's that
it does, because the whole point is that if nobody can play, if white cannot play into that 5, then everything else is going to be white black sequences.
Yeah.
So the top.
So I think what I'm learning from this is that you not only have the last move in the game overall, you also have the last move in each individual region.
Right. And even if you only have that for a while, it can be advantageous. Now,
and so in the bottom left,
right. Now,
white doesn't want to play into it.
White has nothing viable to play into it. Anything that white would do would be suicide.
Right.
Now, you could say, well, wait a minute, that's all well and good, but in my sequence I said g8, f8, d8. Why doesn't white at the end of that simply play g7? And the answer is he could. And then it's still even everywhere else except the region in the southwest. So then the answer becomes, well, all right, so why doesn't white not play g7? And then he's got the parity back. But it just brings you back to the question of what is white doing? And here we are. it's white's turn. And that's why I was talking about playing g2. Because if you play g2, there's an odd region up top.
Yeah.
7 empty squares up top across the whole thing. And in particular, it's 5 empty squares if you discount the h1, h2. And you can treat h1, h2 as a pair. And you have to worry about things like black playing to b7. So there's lots of things for black to exploit. But again, I'm struggling with this because I was thinking about it from black's perspective, and now I'm trying to articulate it from white's perspective. I'm just not worried about any of the things that white can do in this position. Now, there's an entirely different way to play the game. My opponent might play d8 instead of trying to play, d1 or g2 or something up there. If my opponent plays d8, he did. Okay, so there we go. Now I could take the f8, but again, that
an f8 would kind of give a pure parity as well, right? As in the actual last move in the game.
The way it would, it is, f8 represents kind of an absolute form of parity indeed. It's clearly gets you into the world of a sequence where the diagonal is in play between a1 and h8, but it's always breakable with eventually playing the b8 move. And look, in theory, the disadvantage that black's got is this d1 hole, but I'm sure Kurita's figuring out whether or not f8 just wins. But
is the a8 to h1 diagonal important here? How does that come into play?
It isn't important for white. It isn't important that white. There's no threat of white taking it because white's got multiple forms of access to h1.
Yeah.
It's probably it's possibly something useful for black to take, like even now, because white can't flip it. But and in fact, that may be the cleverest thing of all. Maybe right now b7 is the move, because there you go. Because there's absolutely no way to flip the diagonal.
That's good for my ego.
And there you go. So everything I was saying about parity was true, but led to a very, very different endgame.
Different outcome.
This is almost swindles beyond belief.
So has black still got control in a parity sense, or is that somewhere else on the board?
Well, he's done the thing he has to do. So look what's going on
I
here.
guess he's about to leave that to.
Well, he's had
the top right.
Well, this is the problem. Black can take the corner, but then white is going to get both g1 and g2. So I don't know whether Kurita accounted for that, saw that, planned that. So in a normal course of events, black would say, great, and now I'm taking h1. I got to see what he's doing with this.
Does b8 work at all?
Sorry, which move?
So g2 and then b8 for black to deny access?
No, white just takes the corner.
Yeah.
So I don't get it. I don't get I think there's a flaw in that b7 move. Unless I'm not seeing it, I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand what Kurita is going to do. No matter what he does, black responds with h2, and the only couple moves where he might not, it's because it's even better for black to do something else, like for example b1, b2.
But you would think that he'd seen this and has a plan.
I mean, maybe the answer is white just needs to give up too many discs.
Wow. And of course, Kurita has to win this game, otherwise the semi-final between those two is over.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
like, this is quite the way
so he's going to play a6, but I don't understand. The answer is just g7, and black gives up a bunch of moves there, but white just gives up a bunch of discs there, but he takes his
wedge,
his parity. Yeah, you don't want to play a8 right away, because a8, even with a8 f8, even with the hole, there may be something viable there. So this bears thought. I mean, but I don't really see it. I mean, I assume the response to g7 is g8 to cut yourself off from the 2, and then white wedges it up. Oh, he did this. Okay, so that may be a mistake. I don't know for sure, but that may be a mistake.
It seems very complicated for so few squares left.
Well, I mean, I'm going to
and Kurita doesn't look like devastated, like he's made a massive error. So you'd think he.
Well, look, the way the top's going to play out is a lot of discs for black, because black is going to go to b1, white goes to b2, black goes to a2, white goes to a1, and you can see that up in that top region, black is going to gain. He's going to gain 5 discs, b1, b3, and c2, d2, e2, plus whatever he keeps on the diagonal, depending on how the diagonal's playing out.
Right.
And what's he got in the way of discs right now? He's got 6. He's got 23 discs. So that gets him up to 28. And one of the reasons to play f8 first is at least to have the disc also at d6, so that when you eventually play in the hole, hopefully you have.
Oh wow!
Those 32, and then this is going to be very, very close. But
what an exciting game! It's quite similar to the last game in that one side's taken a slightly risky corner and is just trying to build out from it. In order to
I don't even really quite understand what he's thinking about, in the sense that there's only 2 choices, b8 and f8, and I don't know in what world you want to play b8 and let white play first into the 5.
Yeah, so if Kurita wins this, there'll be a third game, which we'll, of course, watch. If Yan Song wins this, then we will watch the third game between the other 2 semi-finalists.
Well, the answer to my question, of course, is he's counting and checking, and it's like a 1 disc difference.
Yeah, it's whether he's double checking just to make sure that his plan is feasible, or is finding out that he's not in as good a position
play
as he
f8 and all right, either he checked that to a win and that was enough, or I was wrong. I mean, yeah, this is clear, and I'm assuming the response is now going to be g8, because that's
g8 is a huge, like, pulling
that's
out
the disc collection.
Very
move.
exciting.
I mean, there is another point. You could initiate with the other region. You could initiate with the the A1 region, and actually that might be interesting, because if you play B1, prompting the response, and then A2, then when you do play G8, black is not going to flip anything diagonally from H7. But maybe you just get them back the other way when you're going to basically play B1 afterward.
He has gone to G8.
Yes.
I would think F8 is the natural response.
No, it's wrong.
No, because it leaves the black region.
If you play F8, you're going to gain exactly 0 discs as white, because you're going to have played F8 and H8 and gain the 3 from F8 to H8 and lose the 3 from c7 to e7.
Right, so h8 then is...
If you play h8,
Yep.
then you will have gained 4 discs.
Okay. Yeah.
You will have gained f8, g8, h8, and f7.
Wow. This is close.
Well, there's nothing for it here. He's going to clearly play b1, b1, b2, a2, a1.
And I'm hoping it's not a draw, because I think there are some rules around that.
That's simple enough. There's a third game, and whoever wins the third game by... There we go.
So let me check the final score. That looks like a black...
Yep.
Black win?
Yep.
Karita doesn't look devastated. Yes, 36 to 28 for black.
So that's exactly the scenario we were talking about.
Wow.
Black just won by 1 disc less than black won in the first game, which means Yan Song, I think, will have the color choice.
Although, yeah. Probably.
And it also means that Yan Song would win the semifinal if the third game ends in a draw. So I'll be very curious to see the computer analysis afterward, whether B1 was the better move than B8 was the better move than F8 there in the 50s. Perhaps given how many black discs have been preserved in the G and H column, it was. On the other hand, in that scenario, I would have thought that black would have both the either the bottom edge instead of the right edge, or the bottom, or something similar to this.
Yeah. Well, we'll have a look at it behind the scenes now.
Okay.
See you soon for the third round between both semi-finalists, both sets of semi-finalists. All right, welcome to the final game of the semi-final. So Kurita is black, Yansong is white, and it looks like a rose bill. Is that what this one's called? This triangle?
I forget the name of the opening.
Let's just say it is then. This is quite a classic opening so far, isn't it?
Yes, I mean the move I think is really fun in this position is where white plays to c5, which I do know is called the Tamanori, and I particularly like it because I played it a couple times against Tamanori at the 1995 World Championships in Melbourne, where he was first rolling it out internationally. And by the way, watching him figuring out stuff that is now considered good opening on the board without the computer preparation. But we didn't get that. We're getting.
I think this move in Othello Quest is called the banana. So
that's a sad name.
Whether it's commonly known as that or not is another question. But this used to be the main line for this, I think.
There should be a rule about naming openings after fruit.
We had a conversation last year about with the live chat about openings named after foods. You have the lobster and the banana and whatnot, lollipop, even if they're less played. This year,
it says something that you think of lobster as a food, not an animal.
Well, can be both, I suppose.
There's a cow opening too, but you don't call that food.
The beef opening, I'm going to call it from now on. I think in terms of openings named after countries, we talked about there only being the Italian and Danish. I can't think of any others, which is...
Well, the one that's called the Danish is also named after me, and in part it's called the Danish because I spent a few weeks one summer up in Denmark and played that with the Danes over and over and over again.
Right. So that's called the Danish because you played it against the Danish.
I showed it to them.
Wow. Right, so still the main line here, or
so far this is early enough to be well within standards,
which I think will suit Kurita, given how politely he plays, the Japanese call it.
By the way, just for everyone's information, this is another time where the game we're not watching has raced out to well beyond move 30, while the game we are watching is in its early phases still.
Yeah, and of course the second semi-final between Takanashi and Yo is also taking place. The winner of that will go through to the final and play the winner of this game. So once that game is done, or if there are any interesting developments, we'll update you on that as well. But this will be the main game that we're watching this round. And of course has the wider story of Kurita going out in the semi-final last year against Nagano, and whether he can come back this year or not. And as you were saying in the last game, he lost the first game of the semi-final, but won the second one, which means the momentum of the round is in his favour.
Psychologically, to the extent I've played a lot of third games in best out of 3 in tense situations, you feel better when you won the second game. On the other hand, what doesn't feel good to him maybe is that he won the second game by less than he lost the first game, and that's why he didn't get the color choice, and that's why he actually needs to get to 33, whereas Yansong only needs to get to 32 this time.
So would you rather, as someone experienced in this stage of a tournament, would you rather go into the second game of the round having won the first game, or into the third round having won the second game?
Oh, I'd much rather be up 1-0 than have the order of games in which I got to 1-1 be in play.
Fair enough.
Sorry, that one's easy.
Makes sense. And I'm sure that's the general consensus as well. But
so this is an interesting position already. It's actually kind of, I feel like we're trending from the first game to the second game to the third game. In fact, if you compare this, it was in the first game of the three, it was Yansong who was very centralized, whereas Kurita had bits and pieces around edges, and this one, Kurita's got a big mass of pieces and the kinds of moves that just sort of pick off a piece here and there are just going to extend white into different places, whereas black can create pieces masked. I mean, it's funny, you hear that a lot about, keep your pieces masked, keep them together. I think that's an interesting sort of proxy goal for like the real goal of winning, but there's a reason for it, and the reason for it is, I tend to think it doesn't really matter if you have more discs than your opponent in a position like this. What you've done is you've created a situation where so many of your opponent's moves are either of two types. One, they flip in multiple directions on an enormous number of discs, or both. Or two, yes, you can find a way to sort of pick off a disc here and there, but they just create more opportunities for you and extend the number of equally small and compact moves that you have available. So we're into another sort of theory of the game moment. There's a theory of the game where black is just going to keep pulling over to the right and try and do moves in this situation like f7 and e8, even if e8 seems to improve the quality of e1 for white. If you flip both discs at e6 and e7, you seem to have improved e1. But there's a theory of the game where black wants to do something like play f7, let white play c8, play e8, or play f1, or just do everything to make the play continue onto the h side and not ever break through. And then there's a whole other theory of the game where he says, you know what, I'm going to start to actually break through and treat my discs as being in the middle with white at the bottom and white at the top, and is a move like b4 viable, is a move like b6 viable. And those are two totally different ways the game would develop from there. And he may have both in mind, and by the way, they're not mutually exclusive, except that when you go to the move where you break through, it's done. That's the kind of game you're playing. Whereas he could do something like f7 and then c8 as a response, and then decide, okay, I'm not going to push it further. I'm not going to do e8. I'm not going to do f1. I'm actually going to break through. Now, there are some very good reasons for that. For example, playing both f7 and f1 looks kind of ugly because it looks like you don't want to flip the f2 disc because white's going to just go to f6. But again, it's not a matter of just saying, oh, here's the response, that's why it's good. It's a matter of, does it work? Is it going to lead to a game where we just can keep playing out the right? This is the first game where they seem to be evenly using the time, which is interesting.
And of course, they both have 35 minutes, as we've alluded to a few times now. But they both seem to be comfortably out of book now, which is interesting. I think again, Kurita's one of his strengths is finding the best move when both players are out of book. So this may have been an opening he chose for that purpose.
This looks like more in the opening Yan Song dictating the choice of what they played. I mean, obviously both players choose moves, but I could be wrong, but I think that to the extent that at 1 or 2 points somebody chose the move that is lesser played, I think that was Yan Song. It's actually kind of interesting. It's pretty clear he can't flip the F2 disc now, so he's going to not be thinking about F1. And again, as I said, he's got two choices: the breaking through, which will either be B4 or B6, or the playing to the bottom, which will either be, I suppose, F7, E8, or D7. They each he has to think in each case, am I getting somewhere? Do I have additional moves on the bottom? So, for example, with D7, it looks kind of nice. I mean, yeah, you have to worry about. You can put in pairs. You could have E8, C8. You could have C8, E8. You could have C8, F8. You could have you have to worry about white throwing in an extra pair with like F7, F6, and then doing something on the bottom. So he has to sort of think through how the bottom plays out with each of those. I do tend to like the F7 move just on the theory of I'd rather flip one disc rather than two, and assuming white is going to play somewhere else, which isn't going to happen, but assuming white were to play somewhere else, I would have three moves if I flip the three discs at D6, E6, and F7 one at a time. Whereas if I start with a move like D7, it might be the better move. But if white's going to manage somehow to do something else and I still want to play the bottom, I only have one move left. I'm pretty confident he's considering one of those moves to the bottom, and he doesn't want to jump right into a game where he plays a move like B4. I do also think that this is a really, again, Kurita's demonstrating an excellent position to spend a long time thinking. It could be these moves turn out to be very similar. It could be that there's not much difference between the F7 or the D7 choice, or even E8, although I doubt that is the right move. But understanding what you're going to do, understanding whether you want to break through to the B column either now or in 2 moves or in 4 moves, and getting the sort of, let's say, theory of what's going to happen in the game right, this is the moment to do it, indeed.
And do you think, is this a position where he'll be looking to simplify the position, or will he be looking to complicate it overall? Which of those options gives him an advantage?
I'd actually say neither in this case. I think that, it's not so much neither as much as that's not the choice in front of him at this point. That's something he'll have to think about later. The choice in front of him right now is, where are we going in terms of the best way to create a whole series of choices for himself in the east, in the GH area. And so, and indeed this seems like the obvious way to do it. And again, it's all back to white. I mean, there's three things that are viable for white here. There's playing c8. Okay, he's done it. There were a couple other theories of the game that are viable. So now Kurita's exactly back where he is. And again, is he going to push this further? No. Again, he can push it further with e8, and e8 has an interesting challenge in the sense that it looks like you made e1 look better, and he may say, who cares? Or do you say, okay, now's the time to break through?
And I guess it's worth pointing out as well, he does not want to flip the e7 disc here, because then white's able to play to e1 without flipping.
Well, yes and no. I mean, if you don't see it and you play e7 and you flip e7 and he plays e1, you made a mistake. If you choose not to play it because of that, okay. There's also the sort of third level where you say, I see it and I'm doing it anyhow because I've decided I like white e1, black f1, white g1. Now that seems unlikely because you really don't want to flip the f2 disc and have that all followed by f6. But it's not impossible that he would judge that's the sequence I want to play. There's a sequence that you play e8, e1, f1, you deal with f6. But again, this is the breakthrough. Now, by the way, there's something very interesting about this b4 move, which is the one we were talking about before as the most logical choice for breaking through. He could have played that move before the f7 c8 pair. And what's interesting to me is I actually thought that c8 was the best response to b4, at which point you'd have to play f7. So I do think that despite all his thinking of it, if he'd gone with b4 right away, he would have ended up in this exact same position. And the question is, did he gain some sort of advantage by playing f7 first? And the only one I can see is that if he judged c8 to be the right move for white, which it probably was, he may have thought, well, if I play f7 first, there's a chance he doesn't play c8. But it is interesting that essentially, for all his thinking on the previous move, he got to a position he could have gotten to by playing b4 straight away.
Right.
That said, maybe you just add up the amount of time he took to make those two moves and say he made them.
So currently, the third and fourth rows are both completely black. We've spoken yesterday and the day before about how when rows or columns are completely one color, it can provide interesting plays as a result. Is there any way that either side can kind of capitalize on that or exploit that?
I don't think so in this situation, particularly because what we're talking about is these horizontal rows with nothing to be played for on either side yet. I do think to some extent it's often more interesting when the diagonals are all the color, because those tend to be the things that cut off the quiet diagonal flipping moves. And in this case, it's going on. But if you notice what I was talking about a few minutes ago about the compact position and the white scattered around the edges, this is exactly what's been exacerbated. So instead of turning this into a left-right game with I won't break through to the B column, white's on that side, I'm on this side, he's broken through. But as you can see, essentially, it may just be a single disc, but white has sort of got something everywhere. There's a black opportunity everywhere. And in particular, what was beautiful about that before, and by the way, let me say that I'll go back and say, well, why did he put f7 in besides b4? One of the other answers is, had he not put the f7 c8 pair in, then white would have had a response to b4 of going to b3. There was still a white disc at e6, And Kurita took that away with this pair. So for everything I said, we're in identical position. If it had been b4, c8, f7, it might have been b4, b3. And again, it went back to, did Kurita judge c8 or b3 to be the better move? If he judged b3 to be the better move, that would be a very strong motivation for why he played f7. If he judged c8 to be the better move, it was sort of a, well, let's see what happens. No, in this position, I think the real headache for white is he's got no moves over on the left. He's got a pair. He can throw in a3, a5 if he wants. But other than that, he has no access to b3. He has no access to b5. So you might as well, for the time being, imagine this position as though all those discs over there are white, and all his moves are coming from the rest of the board, and they're just ugly. I mean, the other beautiful feature of b4 is it actually took away f1 for white. He can't even do something, weird where I want to create an awkwardly shaped edge. He's just essentially got no moves. I mean, sure, he could play e1, but e1 just gives f6 as a response. That's there's nothing viable on the top to play. There's nothing viable on the left to play. There's nothing viable on the bottom. There are no choices. And so here he is, scattered, pieces in three directions. And guess what? He has to play in the fourth direction. This is a mess. Now, to go back to your question about what those straight lines, yeah, there's no h3 move. There's no g4 move. And that's more about the diagonals. And so, here you go.
So this is kind of checkerboarding to an extent now. When you say a mess, would you rather be black in this position then?
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Without a doubt.
And is that because you'd be more comfortable or because you think black's ahead?
Both. This is one of those positions that's easier for black than for white. And let me put it this way. Kurita played it very well with that sequence, the f7 b4 sequence, and here we are, and clearly he's going to flip that f5 disc in some fashion at this point.
Yep.
And decide how to do it, probably with g4 if I had to guess, but maybe not, maybe with g5. G4 gives an interesting response at h3, whereas g5, h3 has another response. Kurita might be thinking about e1 just because the whole feature of the north has changed. Frankly, the whole feature of the one nice thing that's nice about that g6 move is by taking the d3 disc, he's changed the complexion of how the north will play out. He's changed the complexion of how the west will play out. He's given himself plenty of moves in each of those directions. But at the end of the day, Kurita almost has to think, who cares? I mean, if you look at those white discs at f2, f5, g6, e7, d6, Kurita can pick them off one at a time. And that's like 5-6 moves. And, of course you don't want to, and you don't have to, and you don't get to play 5 moves in a row. But, what on earth is Yan Song going to be doing all that time other than taking lots of discs and accumulating liabilities for later in the game?
Yeah, so as Stefan said, it's quite tense.
I think that I think that so if I'm Kurita now, I'm saying, okay, Yan Song's got moves. If he takes e1, weak edge, I'll get on with another one. I might pick off a disc move somewhere. If he plays over to the west with b3 or b5, maybe I'll look at that as a pair and play the other. Maybe I got to think about this. How does the west play? Maybe we play out the west. If he plays f1, maybe I take the wedge. All these things have responses, and in the meantime, I haven't lost my ability to play my extra moves in the other part of the board.
And I think I'm just going to jump in and say Yansong's got moves might be the quote of the commentary so far. I assume you meant on the board, not dancing.
I haven't seen him dance.
I assume
Who
he's
knows?
got moves
Could
there
be both.
as well, yeah. Twinkle toes. I'm just going to switch to the second board quickly because I think that position looks like it's worth updating on. So what do you think about this position? Is it... I'll just try and be brief and then switch back. Which, so you think white is looking more comfortable here? Okay.
Sorry, white is way ahead in this, and there's no way for black to flip the e5 disc, so there's not much to exploit up there. You'd think that black could maybe try and attack a1, but you can't, because frankly a1 is worth more to white than it is to black, even with the wedge, and it's only a 4, not a 5. You're never going to get the d3 disc to take away the h7 threat. You're never going to get the e5 disc. I kind of like the I think it probably just plays out kind of naturally with e8, a7, and then maybe he tries b7 right away. Maybe he plays c7, but in either case, the response is just h7.
Okay, so comfortable game. So we'll go back to board 1. Board 1, please. 1, 1, 1. So some development since we saw it last. I think. I'm just gonna say that's 50-50.
Where did?
Perhaps not. Perhaps
no, I think it's very possible nothing has happened.
So I do have a question. So you talk about pairs, and by that I understand it to be a pair of moves that are naturally played in with one another.
Yeah, I would say the most sort of pure classic definition of a pair would be where say black goes first, white flips back the exact same discs that black flipped.
Okay.
So you know there's lots of versions of pairs, but if you sort of want the archetype of it, it's I play a move that flips a disc, you play a move that flips the exact same disc back.
Right, so it's essentially something that doesn't change the board too much. When would you look to be utilizing those pairs?
Well, that's actually one of the trickiest things in a good Othello game, which is when does the pair even add value? So, for example, I don't think it would happen this way, but in this position, if white were to play h4 and then black were to play h2, that would be a pair. And now it's not white's turn and so forth, but that would be a pair. And of course, it's not a good example because that's not the response you'd expect. But the question that white would have if h2 was sort of the response would be, do I have any, what does it change to add those two discs, to add a white disc at h4 and a black disc to h5 and h2? And in this position, it wouldn't change much, but that's not the point. The point here is that that wouldn't be the response you'd get. But that's what you're really thinking about. Is it worth adding these extra couple discs on the board, the two discs that we're putting down?
Right, and I guess also to a point, it moves the game on slightly. So if you feel that you're ahead on the board, moving the game towards the end is a benefit to the person.
Yes, ahead. Beware of unintended consequences.
Sure.
It's all coming together.
Alright, so currently it is white's go. Yeah, just glancing over at the other semi-final. We'll update you with the score once that's finished. It's coming to a close. It's looking like a big Takanashi win. But it's been a fantastic tournament for the young Japanese player, Tomohito Yo. I'm sure we'll see him in future years as well. So in this current position, what will white be looking for? There seems to be quite a lot of a couple of edges where he could take them if he wanted, but
yeah,
he probably, maybe the top one looks reasonable.
Yeah, well, look, if you think about how we got here, he's not thinking about taking the top edge. He knows black is not initiating on that edge, and he needs a moment for it where he needs it or he can exploit it, and it's not that at that moment. Also, by the way, I should point out that the one of the main reasons that black has not gone to b3 in response to b5 a couple moves ago, which was a pair, if you flipping the disc back and forth at c4, is because by going to b3 you have to flip the disc at c2. So you don't want to do that because then white definitely takes e1. And so he knows that the current edge formation at the top is not something that black's going to run to, and it's giving him some advantages as opposed to the edge being more white. But again, like I said, what has black done? He picked off one disc with his c6 move. White played. Then he picked up another disc just a move ago with his d8 move by flipping e7. White has to play again. On his next move, he's going to pick off another disc by going to d7. Now, pretty much no matter what white does, certainly unless he can keep depriving white of access to d7. So, you know, the problem for, and by the way, after that, depending on where white's playing, there's even the, I'm going to go to h5 or h6 and pick off that disc. Now, again, it's not like white doesn't have responses along the way, but black is just going to play these little moves that keep his discs compact, that add to the position, and white is just going to start being present in more and more places. So, you know, here we are, and again, he's got a lot of ways to play this. He's got that d7 move, the pick off the disc move. He's also got, let me just get rid of that g4 disc again and keep it going because the choices are only going to get better. He might play, for example, h3 now.
And just to update on the women's and the youth category, the final between the women will be Joanna Williams versus Hisako from Japan. I believe Hisako won it last year, so we'll see if she can make that 2 in a row. Whoever wins that will become the 3-time women's world champion. And of course, in the youth category, Tomita Yo, by getting to the semi-finals, wins the youth category. So he's the youth world champion for this year, which he should be massively, massively proud of.
And I guess he also has to still play the third, fourth match?
Yes, yeah. But it does mean there'll be no youth final played.
Yeah, so it's interesting to me that yes, I mean, look, it's not obvious in the sense that if Kurita plays into that D7 hole and Yeonsong plays into the G5 hole, let's call it, it only flips interior discs. There we are, and edges are occupied, and everybody's got some. There's some white and some black on all 4 edges or all 4 directions. It's an interesting position. It's kind of why I think Kurita is going to lean toward a move like H3.
There's almost a slight look of surprise on his face there, so you wonder if he's
hadn't seen it quite this way.
Yeah, suddenly thought of something. And with a player like Kurita, you don't know how late into the game that thing he's seen is. They're able to look very, very deeply.
Yeah, I this is where I start to get a little worried as black, because now I'm starting to worry about parity. Now I'm starting to think, wow, this is just one of those games where we've both so far managed to avoid, let's call them features. Nobody has taken anything that suggests an obviousness for how the end game is going to go yet. And you're black. You can't afford to just play it out and overcome parity if white is good enough to do that, if both players have choices. I suppose there's H4 as well, on the theory that it poisons G5 by making it flip the D2 disc, but that's not really much of anything. Black already has access to E1, and it would make the entire E column black, and again make that move to E1 for white very tempting. So, that it's one of those moves that has a feature that looks really, really interesting, but then you sort of stop and think about it. It's not exactly useful. And you're not going to play H5 and flip in 2 directions. And I guess I don't see the value of a move like any of the moves that do not flip G4, because I don't quite see what you will do if you've given black the extra move at D7. So I really do think that the choices come down to D7 and H3, and I just struggle to see, by process of elimination, what you might do other than H3. I mean, again, there are some other interesting, tempting moves. You say, okay, maybe now's the time to play to F1. There are some things that you could do, and again, you also need to have a response to H3, H4. But while you could do them, you have to say to yourself, okay, and if white plays d7, I've got to play yet another move. And none of that feels particularly comfortable. Having gone down that line of thought, one question would be, well, can I play a move where if white plays d7, I play e8? And technically, yes, but as a practical matter, no. Everything over on the left-hand side looks ugly, even if it does flip b5 to give you access in a different direction to so that you could do e8 after a white d7. So I think okay, and good for him. Something, it's very interesting. So I was talking about all those moves, and didn't generate that one. That was sort of, it has all the features I was talking about. It robbed white of access to d7. It played over there to the right-hand side. My reason for rejecting it was false. My reason for rejecting it was it took away multiple of my choices, whereas h3 would have preserved a g5 access. G5 does not preserve an h3 access. So, what's going on, but good for him.
So would you say this is close then, or?
I would say it's close, and I would say that I don't know, for example, if he'd played h3, h4, g5, if it would be better or worse, but I think that it looks... I have to say that this is a good, excellent, tough game, because it just gives the feeling at each player's turn like it's really tough for them. And that is definitely a sign of things being close.
It's been interesting because all three games have had quite different styles.
Exactly.
Styles and feels. I don't think there's been one where there's been kind of an ultra aggressive shape around a corner and pulling towards it. But we've had sacrifices, we've had complex games.
Right. Now at this point, he's got to play d7. This is an easy choice, but he would have known that. So here you are, and by the way, again, Kurita's he's under 10 minutes, but he's in better time shape than he was in the first game. And interestingly enough, Yan Song has used more time than he used in the first game, but he's almost used 19 minutes. But this is a tough choice for Yan Song, and I hope he gives it real good thought, because he's got all four edges to initiate. He played it pretty quickly, and that move may have some merits, but I'm not sure what they are. Now, my first instinct are take b1, not e1, b1. That's it feels risky, but I love the fact that both h4 and h3 for white flip both the G discs. I think that's a fantastic feature, and I don't really care if white wants to gain a tempo and go to h2, but he did the other one. So now the reason for this is less exploitable. This is less likely to be dangerous, more likely to give black the opportunity black needs from a tempo perspective. Now, again, white could ignore the 6 that we've created in the h1 region. White could also play h4, h3 and ignore it. White could also play h4, h3, h2 and turn it into a 3, with the thought that white would later play g2, therefore forcing black to play g2. There's a lot of stuff that white could do after that move, which is part of why I preferred the b1. Now,
he responded quite quickly.
He did respond quickly. What's interesting now is you still have the b3 move, and it still flips c2. But it may not be as bad to flip c2 now that the top edge is played out, and it's one of these Bosco formations. B, the worry about it is now, ironically, that the entire row 2 is black, and does that change the complexion of the the G2 move and how the whole upper right is going to play out? But here we are. There may be a what else are you going to do for it? And that's the answer. That is gorgeous, and that shows that he's playing at a really high level. I mean,
and played it quite quickly, so you'd assume had this planned out.
Well, look, again, I was talking about the whole nature of the H1 and the sacrifices and playing off the back of the Bosco. The exact same thing was going on in A1. And, the answer is he's going to squeeze an extra move to B3 if white does not go there. And if white does go there, he can still play A2 and turn that into a pair. And guess what? Now you got a whole region. Now it is an even region that white is cut off from, the bottom left, the A8 region. That's 8 squares if you play out white to B3, black to A2. Yes, white is never going to get a bleed through to A4 unless all sorts of weird stuff have gone on with white throwing away other stuff and sacrificing. So, I suppose, in fact, that is the way it plays out. It plays out with B3, A2, A1, white takes the corner, B1, black wedges. White also does H4, black plays H3, white does H2, and black's got to play G2 because otherwise white will play G2, gain all the discs, gain access back to A4 by getting the C2 disc. There's a lot going on with, let me put it another way. It's kind of an all bets are off for how you normally think about edges and corners and capturing things in these positions. It's really about maintaining discs in there and getting the last move. And if white has both the left and the right edges at the top, but black has all the discs in there, it really comes down to other issues in the other part of the board. But I don't, this is a tough.
The kind of move that X square is the kind of move I'd normally attribute to Yan Song.
Oh yeah.
I think historically one of the reasons I really enjoy watching him is because he plays these wild kind of hanging X squares, and then just makes it work. And so to see this played against him adds a whole other level to this game.
I mean, look, there's no question that V2 move is far superior to the C2 I was mentioning. The C2 had some nice attributes to it, but this is far better, in part because of everything I've been talking about all along, which is if you play B2, you still have C2 available to you, assuming white does something else. Whereas if you played, B3, B2 and B3, not B2 and C2. If you play B2, you still have B3 available to you. Whereas if you had played B3, you did not have B2 available to you. The other thing is, and this is something that you should always remember, and I failed to remember, which is once you've created that Bosco formation with the two blacks between the two whites, all bets are off. The values of the corners have changed dramatically, and particularly in this formation where there's also a white disc at A3. This is just what's going on. So there we go. I think he opted for that just for parity. Of course, we're going to get A2. And
now white can't go to A4.
Was never going to be able to go to A4. The only way he's ever going to go to A4 is in some strange sequence where after taking the corner, he cuts across to G2 or H2 and flips the disc at C2. That's the only way in which it's going to happen. But again, he may think it doesn't matter. This is an even region of 8 and an even region of 2. And so black still needs to figure out how to get parity in some fashion, likely. I think if I'm here's my concern. If I'm black, I'm worried about. I'm still worried about getting some parity, at least locally, and so I guess my question is, if white doesn't go to h4, am I going to go there? And probably not, because it's an interesting situation where you turn the h1 into a 5 and dare white to play into it first. Now, one possibility is he just does. He responds to h4 with h3 and says, there, now it's a 4, get on with things. But you certainly can't afford a world where somewhere late in the game, black's playing b1 and white's playing a1. So you've somehow got to force white to play into the top first, or you will lose. It's unclear to me for black where that's coming from, because well, that's one answer. White did it right away. I would not have done that.
This is almost cancelling out the time difference between the two players.
It is.
It's Kurita with a plan and forcing Yan Song to now use his time to think.
Yeah, I would love to understand why he did that, because I would not have surrendered that risk of winning the game enormously at the end with black having to play into that pair first. I mean, I think he's clearly contemplating a G2 move as well, white, but he hasn't really done anything to run
Black's go is G2 not? That's where I'd be looking. Is there any reason why he'd be looking somewhere else?
You mean black to G2? No, black will not play G2. The answer to that is H2.
It's H2. Okay.
Yeah, that's a bad move.
Oh, fair enough.
That's a bad move.
In my mind,
oh,
the opponent just
I take it back. He that's
and
why I wasn't going to do it. Now, I'm actually kind of.
Ivan, if you're watching, just clip that moment. Oh, I got something right.
Well, we'll see.
Well, yeah, I might not have got it right.
So, what Kurita was counting on, I guess, is a sense of parity with that hole at H4, but I don't actually see it.
Although I've definitely seen players sacrifice more for parity. It's whether he can capitalize on it, I suppose. Well, just while we're reeling from that, if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. We're on 1.9k subscribers at the moment. It would be cool to break through 2,000 before the end of the tournament. If you haven't liked the stream already, make sure you do that. Make sure you share the stream with everybody in your contact list as well. Helps grow the channel, helps grow the community. Thank you in advance.
So, I mean, Kurita is definitely just playing out the 6, but in what world? I mean, obviously there's the swindle. There's the risk that Kurita can get to play H1 and G1. So that is like the absolute main.
Would that happen if the diagonal were all?
Well, that's what he's
white?
Perhaps seen, or that he can force, or he's working toward.
Okay.
He's working toward some sort of future where.
So just to clarify for people watching, so if black can play to h4, for example, and the diagonal from h1 to a8 is all white, then black will be able to take the h1 corner but not flip diagonally.
Well, yes and no. What you said does not work because it also flips the f2 disk, and that gives access to g1. But the question is, maybe the answer is play h7. But again, I don't see how that works. And again, this is parity. Now what may be concerning is, for example, if Yansong just plays a6, Kurita plays b8, and guess what? Yansong does not have a response. If I'm Yansong, I probably am looking at b7 right now and just saying, let's just get on with it. Because he doesn't need discs. He needs parity. He doesn't need to grab edges. So, the problem with h6 is the problem with a6 is that a6 is followed by b8, and you sort of say, white has to play another move, and then black can play b7, and then white has to play another move, and actually parity has disappeared with that hole in h4. But I'm not sure that I see what goes wrong for white after b7. The response to a8 is b8. Admittedly, you're not going to get the last move in the pair, but so what? You get a lot of discs, so you can save it. The response to b8 is a8. The response to a7 is a8. And then so that just sort of leaves the world where, okay, fine, black is doing something else, but you know what? You just play it for parity. Obviously, let's see. The response to b7 could be h6, but at that point, I should say, okay, what else do I need to do? Maybe I just take the e8 move, or maybe I can play f8, or maybe I can there's a lot of discs you give up. Well, there it is. That was the move. I'm assuming he's going to do h6. I don't think h4 or h7 are viable. I suppose h4 might be viable. H4 h6 pair, h1 g1 pair, a7 and black's turn. Sorry, and white's turn, but okay. I'm pretty sure he's choosing between h4 and h6. I think there's no value of playing out the a8 corner to black. So I have to imagine that he's first. It's tough because h6 looks like it has advantages over h4 if you don't think all the way to the end of the game. If you start to say, okay, wait a minute, and he is counting, you can see that. You start to say, hold on a second. If I start with h6, I'm flipping e3. I'm not going to get the d4 disc. If I start with h6, I'm flipping f4. I'm not going to get the c4, d4, e4 discs. If I start with h4, I've blown it on parity because I've given all the access to g1, but I don't think I'm getting that parity swindle anyhow. And I'm getting a lot more of those interior discs, but I'm giving a natural h6 response, and it's my turn again, and then I have to do something like, g7 or play out h1 and g1 and then take h7. But where are the discs? I will say that those are two radically different endgames, h4 and h6. It's got to be h6 though, and yet, no, I don't know which one it is.
Karita doesn't look certain either, so.
Yeah, it's this is a very interesting question because you have to have a vision of the end, and the problem with the vision of the end is the end involves white taking the bottom and then black taking the corner, a8 and building from there. The end involves white getting an awful lot of discs on the bottom. Sorry, black getting an awful lot of discs on the bottom, but he already has the discs on the bottom.
Right.
Well, he has 22 discs. It could be enough. I mean, this is. I'd love 20 minutes and try and count it, but Karita's actually got 3, so that's not gonna. He's gonna have to count super fast or have some surety about things. I'm, one of the things that's ugly about h4 first is after h4, h6, h1, g1 is you just lose everything you seem to have gained. You lose all the discs on the G column, and you lose that disc on f2. So it feels like you've gained a lot, and in fact, he went first to h1. He's going to build it out the other way. That's to keep the disc at f2.
Looks reasonable.
That compared to h4 first, that gained an extra disc. It kept the disc at f2, and probably some of the discs in the G column. All the reasons I was saying h4. Oh, look, you're going to lose those discs back after the pair. Those are good reasons to play the pair first. Well, having played that, now he's still considering between the two. He's probably going to play h6 still, even still. Oh, playing this out first.
So is that trying to keep the other h4 whole as a parity move, or just allows him a bit more control?
I don't know why he did that. He's given a tough choice to Yansong, because now Yansong has to consider e8 versus b8.
B8 looks natural, but then we saw in the last game.
You're gonna. He did it. I would have thought more if I was him, but of course he's got 3 minutes left, so it's easy for me to say. Now that was actually wonderful, putting the h1 pair in first. It preserves all this optionality, and of course the beautiful thing about h6 is the non-access to h4. That's been a feature all along, and but here you go. It's your turn. This is where. In the end, he played h4 anyhow. I have to say I don't understand. If you were going to play it this way, why didn't you play h6?
Now surely
h6. I don't. Yeah, it's going to go h6, g7, g8. Yeah, correct. Flip that disc.
That's rare to see at this level.
Oh, sorry. So of course he's. Ignore my last comment. Of course he was taking the edge. I'm sorry. Okay, so if Yansong has enough time to think about it, there's a real question of is there any advantage to playing the pair one way or the other first? He may have concluded that there was, or he may just have said it doesn't matter. Black's winning this. Beautiful endgame by Kurita.
Yeah, really, really considered. And again shows
Right.
the effectiveness of his time management,
Right.
spending all that time at the
Right.
beginning and the opening.
My guess is f8. The only two that are viable look like f8 and g8. Yeah, I guess everything is viable other than e8. And even that has the interesting advantage of taking some interior discs. Another way to put it is he's only got 22 discs. He's just not getting there. He's getting to about 30 maybe. Okay.
Wow, alright, so the final score, I will just
29.
check. 29 to white.
Yeah.
Yeah, 35 to Kurita, 29 to Song, which means that we have a final between Saya Kurita and Yasuki Takanashi.
If they played a bunch of games, they would have eventually gotten to a draw. They started with 37-27, then 36-28, then 35-29.
Yeah. Yeah, impossible not to. All right, thank you for watching. We will see you again when the final is. And of course, if you're wondering when that is, the schedule is available on the World Othello Championships website, which I will just send the link in the live chat now. Yeah, so the full schedule is available there. So see you when that says. Hello, and welcome to the first game of the World Othello Championships 2024 final between Takanashi and Kurita. Both players won their semi-final games. We watched the games between Kurita and Yansong, which were some incredible games to watch. And now we'll see who can come out on top in the final. The final is played with 40 minutes each. Which is up from 35 in. So it'll be interesting to see how they can utilise this extra time. I'm joined here by Matthias Berg, which is exciting. And I also have the expertise of Guy Plowman and David Shaman behind me. So they may chip in as well. So how are you, Matthias?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you. We have seen some very exciting semi-finals, and yeah, I was in the room with the players for the third semi-final. That was quite some exciting game to watch. Yeah, and we are really looking for I guess at least very interesting 2 games, maybe even 3 games. So, and it's for me very hard to tell who is the favorite here.
How many times we were talking about it yesterday? How many times has Takanashi won the World Championships? Would this be his 5th, 6th?
No, he has won 5 times.
So this would be his 6th.
Yes, and the
6th
first
win.
time was against me.
Oh right.
Does that one count?
So yeah, on the one hand, that would be incredible for Takanashi winning 6 times across such a span of years. But on the other hand, you've got the storyline of Kurita coming last year, winning 13 out of 13, and then losing to Nagano in the semi-final in quite dramatic fashion. And obviously Nagano last year won off the back of a previous World Championships where he'd won 13 out of 13, and then gone on to win in the future years. So
Kurita.
I will say I know how that feels. I did that myself. I won 13 out of 13 one year and then lost in the semifinals.
Who was that to?
That was to Paul Rall.
See, I know all of these people because their names come up when I play openings, so that's fun.
And Kurita won the Asian Pacific Championship, and then also qualified in a Japanese tournament. So already having 2 very strong tournaments won this year. And of course he would know his one of the semi-final or final opponent will be Takanashi if he gets there. So he probably prepared a lot.
What kind of thing would you prepare against someone like Takanashi? What do you think they'll have come in?
Well,
with
I don't have the possibilities like they do because they meet a lot in the tournaments and they have the tournament transcripts. I can only see some games that they played some years ago in the World Championship. But I guess they will look at what openings do they think they have a chance to maybe get the other one to at least start thinking early.
And Kurita's never won the World Championships? That's correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So this would be big for him. Yeah, so what do you think about the game so far? What's been going on in their heads?
I guess the opening was probably more surprising for Kurita, which we can also see that Kurita has been taking more time to think. And yeah, but now it's Takanashi's time, and I wonder if Kurita surprised him here, or if Takanashi is thinking of finding something else to change something up, but I think that decision's already done. I'm not quite sure which options black can actually consider here. Because of the E2 discs, the B5 doesn't look good anymore. Standard pattern would be D2 or G4. Maybe B3. Oh. Okay, that move I would have considered only if B8 would actually flip C7, but
C7. Why is that?
Because I don't want the black disc at C7 to stay there.
And why is that?
Because C2 will be poisoned.
So C2. Right. Okay. So you're saying that now, yeah, black can't play to C2 because it flips in lots of directions, whereas...
Yes.
Yeah.
And especially after a move like we just saw, you expect white to take B8.
Yep.
I guess just the fact that Yuzuka's actually played this move, Kurita needs to think if there's something more and maybe something better, because obviously if white doesn't take B8, then black has some easy move at F8.
So I think the question for white is whether white can afford not to take B8 and or whether white wants to accept the liability of taking B8. You know, all things considered, he would much rather not have that position where he takes the 4. It is almost certain that we're going to start to play out the right-hand side of the board, and if he has all the discs from B8 to E8, that's just going to make the moves on the right a lot worse. But on the other hand, if he has to play 2 moves while he plays something and then black plays F8 and then he plays something again, we're in a position where black's got an edge and white has to judge whether he likes that or doesn't like that, whether he thinks he's still got enough moves in play to go with it. I personally would ignore that. I wouldn't take it. I would let black have the F8 move, and I would in the meantime try to squeeze something out of the G4 move and either flipping the disc at E2 or flipping the disc at B6. But you have to take a look and see whether in the end sort of making a double wall where black both takes F8 and plans to do things like B5 just doesn't leave you anywhere as white. If you're not going to run out of moves, it's the better mid-game to play than the one where you've taken the edge.
It is also worth pointing out that the women's final game is taking place at the same time between Joanna William, who is white, she's from Australia, and Hisako Kinoshita, who is from Japan. She won last year, and Joanna William has won twice previously. So whoever wins that game will be the 3-time women's world champion. So big game for both of them there. And we will keep you updated as to how that game is progressing and finishes. And obviously the youth champion has already been decided in the Japanese youngster, Yo, getting to the semi-final, which means that there's no need for the youth semi-finals and final.
I have known Hisako for more than 2 decades. we played in the World Championship in 2002 and 2003, I believe. Or maybe it was 2003 and 2004. Someone should look that up. Yeah, we also met when the World Championship was in Japan. I went out with Isako and her husband. I still remember going to a restaurant with them. So, yeah, we have known for a long, long time. Also know Joanna for more than a decade. I think we met at least in Thailand 2014. Also maybe the OWC in Japan 2013.
I think it's around that time that I started playing at all, so at the age of 13. Haven't stopped yet, so that's good. Little Black Cap has said, "Wow, I didn't know that Shakespeare's Othello play had its own game as merchandise," and I would respond by saying that's extremely funny, and I haven't heard that one before. But yeah, and here it is. I think it's named Othello because of the play. And green background, if I remember correctly, something to do with the jealousy in the play. I don't know the play too well, to be fair, so I could be spouting nonsense. If it were based on Romeo and Juliet, I'd be more with it, because I studied that.
As I remember, the Goro Hasegawa, the inventor of the game, especially his father was an English professor, if I remember the story correctly, and was a fan of Shakespeare. So this is the background, yeah.
Point is, though, at the end of this tournament, after the final, the winner has to do a monologue from the play. It's just the prize. They get to do that, so stay tuned for that, and you'll definitely see it. So I'm not really sure who I want to win this. Not that I'm not impartial, of course, but I'd be interested, people watching, who are you rooting for and why? Or are you not rooting for anyone? Yeah, Tomita is the youth champ in response to that as well.
So we saw Kurita taking that edge. Now Black needs to try to get the game going so that they will actually open the game to the G column. If Black flips the E3 disc, then E7 might be an interesting move for White to play.
So I think that this suggests that Black is winning because either BA was the wrong move or he judged that he wasn't going to survive if he didn't play BA. But in either case, that's a conclusion that he's in a weak position. And really what Black needs to do is see the East played out and figure out how to exploit what's going to result both from attacking the bottom and the fact that it's not going to be particularly pretty for White on the left or right, given we're starting with that position on the bottom. It is Black's turn, and so he has to afford White some opportunities, but there's nothing pretty going on in terms of any moves out to the east, which is not where White will want to play anyhow. And so all really Black needs to do is find an extra tempo or two as he plays other things out. And there is the world where he wants to play G4 to save that tempo, and there is the world where he just is waiting and deferring that a moment, because really there's just about nothing that he's worried about White doing in the east while he's busy playing somewhere else.
So where would you consider playing now? I think G4 might be an interesting option, hoping that White will flip the E2 disc and Black can play B5. Or maybe B3 to get the East started.
I think the only G4 is a natural way to play it, but I would love to save G4, and I just don't have another solution because you have to worry about losing the E2 disc in another manner after you've done something and losing your opportunity to play G4, and you have to find something else that isn't making a mess of things. I don't see any point in just gratuitously playing out the west edge, because this position is a lot worse for black if you just imagine the same position with the left edge filled. He may be considering D2 and then looking at how does the top play out after D2, even with D2, say E1 only flipping the disc diagonally and then C1.
How about D2 E7?
Yeah, he could. That's a problem for him. But again, you're just accepting that you're playing the board out. So it's D2, E7, and then you play your G4 move. Yes, it would be lovely to say he can't play to E7 because I've got the F6 response. But at the end of the day, at some point you're either going to play F8, G8, or you're going to do something else. But I think all that speaks to he's going to conclude that he has to do G4. I'm not looking at the sequences on the A-B column, but I doubt there's a sequence where black gains an advantage by playing there first and then the edge gets full. Even if he gains a tempo, he's only going to gain a tempo if he actually owns the west edge in a large number of discs, and at that point, white will play to the top, take away the G4 move, and say, okay, your turn. You're running out of moves because you don't have any access to the...
Yeah. Little black cat is cheering for Kurita on account of his having more water bottles than Takanashi, and I think that's a very good reason. Although it's worth bearing in mind that it may look like Takanashi has two, but one of them is actually on Kurita's side. So it's actually 3-1 in that regard. So if this were a battle of bottles, then Kurita would be winning, but luckily there are other ways they can decide this.
Both have used around 10 minutes already.
I think an interesting question, no matter what black plays, let's assume black plays G4, at some point white may actually have to consider playing over on the left. And an interesting question is, does he want to flip back the disc at C7, or does he not want to? Will he be considering A5, or is that a bit of a non-starter because it flips the C7 disc? Normally I wouldn't want to flip both those discs, but
okay.
There may be some interesting possibilities to that.
So we didn't get our G4?
No, he played this and he doesn't really care about the E7 move, and I think he's probably planning to follow it with B5 now that B5 doesn't create a B3 response. So in other words, you go E7, B5, and then you say, okay, time for you to find something white. It is a little scary because white has A6, but you can give up the edge with an F8, G8, F6 triple.
I wonder if white should play G6 after the E7 something in the west, and then can still play G6.
I think that's clever, and I would not do it because I think in the long run it'll lose, because black just changes his strategy to ignore it for a while and exploit it later. And as long as black doesn't run out of moves, that is an ugly position to be hanging on to. Both because it can be an eventual G8 gain a tempo move and then play around with flipping that disc at G6 eventually, and because alternatively it can always be then played with still with the triple later with F8, G8, F6, which will then give you access to H6 because you've got that disc to flip at G6. I think it looks clever, and if the answer is throwing that extra move in gets you to run your opponent out of moves, I do it. If it just gains a tempo while you don't run your opponent out of moves, I don't want that for later in the game.
So what about in terms of patterns here? Obviously, we can look at the board and go, oh, if white goes to this place and then black goes to this place, it makes this move available. But are there any common kind of patterns that people can learn from here? Are there any natural responses because of the shape of the pieces?
Well, I would say I don't get into a position like this if you're white. I mean, not necessarily this specific position, but an unbalanced weak 4 on the edge and then cutting yourself off from another region of the board and giving your opponent moves in multiple different regions of the board while he's all compacted. It's hard to construct positions like this where you're ahead as white. Now, they all have their own individual merits, and maybe this is really close. But you know, the visual look of this, my immediate answer is black has done what black wants to do, and white has struggled.
One strategy that is quite known is to not get opposite edges because right now we only have one edge, but that also means white shouldn't try to get any more disc in the north because all those discs will influence moves to the west and the east. And yeah,
so as in he's got an edge on the bottom,
and now he's getting another
top,
one in the top.
Maybe
so
like this. Then it means if he plays on the left or right hand side, that top edge and the bottom edge provides another source of places that the left and right moves will flip to,
yes.
which is known as a poisoned edge.
Or that word influence that Matthias used. That's the notion of one edge affecting another edge to cause multiple direction flips. But again, this is really simple for black. It's not simple in the sense that the choices are simple. It's simple from a theory perspective. Black can force white now essentially to take more edges in exchange for tempo, because white will not be able to afford black gaining a tempo, and black can afford white gaining a tempo as they play out either the left or the top. And it goes to the idea that they are going to play out the left and the top, and as long as at the end of the sequence black's got white also playing out the right, he's in good shape. So again, he's got all these moves that just sort of pick off a disc at a time or so, and there's a lot to think about. But another way to put it is, you wouldn't want to have to play again as white. Now it's black's turn, but you wouldn't want to have to play again as white right now. I mean, this may be the G4 moment, sort of, saying to him, okay, I'm going to play G4, and either you open this up, and here you go, what a disaster for white discs all over the board, or you're going to have to make one of those two choices, A5 or A6, and I don't think either of them is very pleasant.
Do you see a big difference between G3 and G4?
It's funny, my instincts are telling me G4, but it's hard to articulate why. I know that none of white's responses are any good to either of them, but it feels like things will string along later in a problematic way with G3. That's just sort of a sense of how the pattern looks.
Maybe the problem with G3 could be that at some point there could be some H3 and then might be harder to play into that corner region and the other way.
Yeah, or even more temporarily, it could be there's a scenario where white has already taken E2 and then plays H3 without opening up another move anywhere on the east. Yeah, you would worry about a H3. Oops, I don't have a choice. I don't have a G4 choice.
How about trying to prevent white to play F1 by flipping the C4 discs, maybe playing A4 or...
Okay, yeah, well, if I were to do that, it would be, it would definitely be with B5, not with any of the other, not with A4. I like, but I fear that's sort of just a, well, it's an interesting move, B5, because you've got no real good responses to it because A4 gives you access to E7 and A5 just looks ugly and you can respond with either A3 or A6. So that is a very tempting move. I feel like A4 is just making a mess of things potentially on the left. It is, what is cute about it, of course, is that it doesn't look like it's going to be viable for white to get that access back. But then again, I don't really think that I'm not sure white's going to F1 anyhow, I guess is sort of my question in all this.
So would you prefer, if you were black, would you prefer white to play F1 or D1, if these are the two options?
F1. I would be more comfortable after his F1.
So you should maybe try to deny the D1 move by playing on the G column.
Yeah, but again, it's a temporary denial. I accept the fact that white has... I'm willing to give white the next move in the north.
Yes.
I might say there's a really good moment to gain a tempo and play C1, but that would be probably in exchange for something where maybe I end up owning the north edge, and I don't need to do that in this position. I just need to not... If white wants to take the top edge and gain a tempo, and I'm still alive, and he's eventually going to have to break through to the G side anyhow, I'm happy.
So
okay, that's interesting.
So he took G3.
Yep.
And that also offers black to play F1 later. And that might be one of the reasons that white might have to play F1. Or, well, yeah. If there wasn't the south edge, white could just go for G4. But then I guess black wouldn't have played G3 in the first place. But
just a couple of quick interjections, slightly off topic. Firstly, if anyone watching has any questions about the position, any questions about Othello in general, any thoughts about the position or opinions on anything at all, please make sure to comment them in the live chat below and we'll try and answer them for you. Also, there's 66 people watching at the moment, which is cool. If I imagined a room with 66 people in it, that's quite a lot of people. So to be able to watch this all together is really good and shows how good the community is. If you haven't liked this live stream by pressing the thumbs up button already, make sure you do that, as it's free and helps grow the channel and the community. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, also make sure to do that.
So I still find it interesting that he chose G3 over G4, and I'm going to be very curious, when we get down the road, what difference that makes when they finally start to play through and break through on the east. I don't think we're going to see that immediately, because I don't think that Kurita's got any choices that will appeal to him on that front. But it's bound to happen at some point, and maybe he has to do it because maybe it just doesn't get better with time. But the only exception to that would be that if he played h3 right now, that would be an exploitation of the fact that the choice was g4 and g3 instead of g4. But I doubt that. I think we have to wait 2 or 4 moves to see it broken.
So a question for Matthias, as I assume you'll know the answer off the top of your head. How did they decide who was black or white coming into this final?
I think the one that is ahead in the prelims chooses the color for the first game.
Okay. So hopefully that answers that question. So, yeah, so currently it's white's move. So you've talked about the position looking nicer from a technical perspective for black. Does that, again, I've kind of asked this before, but does that mean that black is winning here, do you think? Or do you think that white, if they play carefully, are able to...
I think, number one, that I think black is winning, and number two, this is much, much harder for white. Black has almost certainly going to have a number of situations where he may even have 2 equal choices, or his second and third choices will be very close to his first choices. White has the opportunity for things to go radically wrong and has to be very careful and check everything for flaws. And number 2 is that means that time management. Black's going to have a lot of easy choices where white's going to have hard choices. Now that doesn't mean that black doesn't have to be careful and keep the pressure up. And but black's main concern is just not giving white some sort of surprisingly interesting move to break across and bring this thing to endgame with parity without flipping too many discs. But again, that feature, the b8 move, is just deadly when you combine it with the fact that white's got discs all over the rest of the board except for one area that is heavily influenced from the other directions. White's only chance here is some scenario that does not involve breaking through, but that's just not going to happen. Pretty much every scenario is going to involve black surviving enough that white has to break through. And along the way, white's positions are not going to get better as those edges get filled to the west and north, depending on how he chooses to play it. So yeah, I go all the way back to that b8 move. He either was already behind and concluded he couldn't survive by giving black the edge, or he made a mistake by concluding he had to take rather than take the edge and is regretting and would much prefer to have played the game where black took f8.
So the e7 square now, it's quite a nice hole on the position. Black can't play in that square at the moment at e7. However, if white were to play there, they'd flip a lot of discs towards the north region of the board. Do you think that will be on white's mind here? Do you think they'll be trying to, not that they don't have access now, but kind of give themselves a nicer form of access to that square? And if so, how?
White does have access, and black doesn't really want to play there, because then white could just play with f8 later. So you want white to play e7 at some point and then play f6 and later follow up with the pair f8, g8, or maybe do some trick with the corner with that region, try to exploit the fact that there's an unbalanced 4. Black can't really do anything about it, just wait for white having to break to the east.
Yeah, I'm not really caring too much about that move if I'm black, that white plays there. I think I do know that if I'm white and I'm even considering playing there, and again, I agree with Matthias, it doesn't look particularly useful. But the one thing I'm going to do is not do it right now. I'm not going to do it right now when it flips the E2 disc and cuts off my access to F1. So I might wait until the north is played out a little more. I might, for example, put in F1, even though that does flip 2 discs there, including, rob the potential, non-existent right now, but potential moves to both D1 and C2. But at least if you've gone and played out the north a little more at some point, then maybe you can look at that E7 move, and it doesn't have at least one of the downsides that it has now. But that F1 move is not very good. That F1 move, I don't know what it would prompt in response. Probably either C1 or B5, but it's just hard to see. He's really confronting essentially 3 types of choices. He's got the F1 move, sealing himself off from the north and deciding whether he can live with the game that where B5 is the response, and then he hopefully squeezes in an A6 move, and let's see what happens next. He's got the game where he flips the disc at B6, either by playing A5 or A6, and then has to concern himself with whether black responds on the west or plays C1 or F1 or D1 or something. It won't be D1. And he's got the game where he breaks through in some fashion, and there isn't a single move for breaking through that isn't looking horribly ugly and sort of feeling like the beginning of the end for the situation. I think he may have to do it at this point, and the problem is not that it doesn't look like he'll still survive to the end game. He can actually create a lot of little small opportunities to have discs to pick off. The problem is he's going to have to take more ugly stuff, and he's already got ugly stuff that's going to give black 14 different ways to plan out the end game.
And so do you think there was something white could have done better in the lead up to this position? Or do you think it's just kind of one of those games where...
Maybe not take the south edge.
Okay.
So, he didn't take F1, so now black has some choices in the north. Maybe white wants black to play F1 and then white will play F6, hoping that get some moves down and maybe make this edge a little bit more solid, as in having all the discs there instead of giving black the options to maybe force something. I don't see white taking G1 after a black F1.
I would play A3.
And is this a point black can start thinking about parity in some form?
Yes and no. I mean, the one thing that's interesting for parity is the 3 already in the southwest, but I think he's much more thinking about exploiting the bottom later and how do we get white? How do we force white to take more damaging positions for the endgame, edges and so forth?
So how about David said A3, I still somehow look at my a4. I guess if a4 might be followed with a5, and then you end up with an edge, which I'm not sure that is doing all right, but I think either one should be fine mostly.
Just combine them. You could do a4, a5, a3. And in fact, you could do a4, a3, a5, and weird edge position. But again, the key feature is with either of those, white's not getting access to b5 as a move, and you keep it. Although, actually, it could be that a4 would be better, just from the perspective that, there'll be this very interesting temptation. If you flip to the c5 disc and playing either of those two sequences, there'll be this very interesting temptation later on white's part to play g4 and take away the d7 disc.
G5, no? G4?
G4 to take away the d7 disc.
Okay.
In other words, if you play a3 like I was suggesting, or you play out a4, a5, a3, all the discs in the fourth row are black, and the disc at c5 is black, and white may be just tempted to play g4 and only flip 3 discs diagonally and say, okay, now we're in mid game somehow.
How about the g5 after you flip the c5 disc? I mean, that's starting the west, and that's the end of the...
Yeah, and I'm okay with that as black. I'm saying,
yes.
Okay, great. Give that to me. You know what? I'll take my b5 move next, and now play again, and let's go from there. I'm kind of happy with that. What are you going to do? Next, and the answer is okay. Well, next, you may play something else out on the west, but the response to that is, okay, fine. I've now I'll take my quiet move at g4, and let's just keep this game going, and I'm going to get what I want, which is you're going to have something ugly forming on the west.
Because we have the opposite edges.
We don't actually have the digital board this year. There were a number of technical challenges coming into hosting a live stream from China. So, no digital board, which I do appreciate, makes it harder to picture some of these things. I'm right there with you. But one thing we do have is a nice way of switching boards smoothly, I hope. I'm going to test it now to show you the women's final game.
Oh, we just saw b5. Yeah.
We'll come back to this game shortly.
Okay.
So if I just switch boards quickly, watch this. Too good. Board 2. I see what you did there.
So
2 board.
White's turn. And it does. I guess it's annoying for white that black can play a5, but it's not like you can do much about it. Like you can't play h6, giving all these moves.
Actually, the feature that was annoying me the most was my g6 move gives access to e2.
So you play e2 first.
Yeah, but I don't want to. So maybe what's going on here is it's funny. You don't really want to flip f5 either because of the improvement of the c8 move for black, and maybe you'd love to pull, which requires like h5, but again that opens c8, and Lord knows if you can afford c8 b8, and Yeah, this is you may have an obligation to play out that e2 move. Just I suspect they've been thinking about e2 for quite a while and that we haven't been watching, and have a sort of conviction, each of them, about whether it's good or bad for white to play it and what happens next. But just looking at it fresh, all my instincts are to save it, but I can't see anything better than playing it.
It's actually quite a almost eerily similar position on that edge to the men's game at the moment, in terms of that unbalanced edge in the hole next to it. I'm going to switch back to board 1, so watch this smoothness. There we go.
So he's done what Matthias suggested 5-6 moves ago and chosen his moment for it. Played the g6 move, flipping just the f7 disc.
Yeah, it's quite a... I mean, like, naturally I'd much rather be black here, but I find it difficult to tell how much black, if at all, is ahead. Because white's position looks quite delicate, but I'd imagine if it's played right, it's reasonable.
Well, yes, but look at it this way. If you're black, you might be winning or losing, but what's going to happen is you're going to get through to the end game, and if you're losing, it's because you're black, you don't have parity, it just doesn't play very well. If you're white, you're walking near the precipice. Things can go very wrong very fast here. So yes, you're correct. It could be an incredibly close position, but white's really still got to work hard to get everything right. You know, the fact that he was forced to take this save a tempo, now I have moves. Now I completely surround my opponent. It looks like a different board game. You know, just shows there was a little bit of an air of nothing else would work. He doesn't play that because, oh look, it looks good. He plays that because it looks better than anything else, because everything else looked bad.
I feel like black probably has more good moves than bad moves right now. Like, it's hard to... Of course, G2 will be really bad, and most likely G1 will be really, really bad, and the south B2, B7, B's, A7, that's nonsense. But if you look at many other moves like A4, A3, maybe even B3 could work, which is not really a good move usually, but yeah. C1, D1, F1.
Yep. Well, maybe not D1. You're just giving up the edge for nothing there. But
then you play some more. Then you play F1.
It doesn't really hurt you. Yeah. Although I will say that the move that tempts me by far the most in this position is C1. Let's keep in mind that yes, white got his access through to B3, but that flips the disc at E6 and opens up another couple moves. But for the rest, actually, it gets a little tricky. It's almost like a checkerboarding, even though it isn't. If white is going to play through to B3 and have that disc at D5 that gives access to A5, I guess you have to start thinking about consequences. So there is some merit to playing A3 or A4 in the sense of taking away the B3 move, not in terms of it actually vanishing, but in terms of it not looking good, and you know, you have to think about how to do it. And again, there's responses. The response to either A3 or A4 is A5, but and the C1 is the same thing. You're sort of taking away the quieter move of G5, but at the end of the day, what black's interested in is, there we go, he did play the A4, he did want to take away the B3 move. What black's interested in here is, I'm not taking anything. Black's like, I will give up a tempo here, I'll give up a tempo there. But this is a position where everything is supposed to be a horrible choice between what do I need to survive and am I making life worse for later for white.
I think even like b2 wouldn't have ruined the chances for black.
Probably not.
This is how crazy strong that checkerboarding, and the strong center, we see all the discs of black are somehow close together and white has all the discs spread out, which is usually a bad sign for the one that is spread out.
I think that's something Suakuni is very good at, is having discs spread out. If I think of the way he plays, to me it strikes me as a very much a style where he has the discs spread out and just knows the discs to pick off.
Maybe, but I bet not this late in the game. I mean, this is that's something you can do in an opening, but wow, I mean, at this point, that mass of black discs is remarkably far in the game to be preserving something like this, and the further you get in the game, the less viable the white strategy becomes.
Yeah, makes sense. I'm sure that's because it's not Suakuni playing it. Yeah, this is the first game of the final. Obviously, best of 3, so first two wins will be the world champion.
Yeah, but black could just play now.
Do you want to switch to that board to mention it? So we've just switched to the women's game, which has progressed nicely.
Yeah, so it's moved up a move from what we saw before, and in fact, Johanna made the decision to sort of pull to the south and try and with h5. I don't think it works. I think that she's made the decision she can live with having flipped the f4 disc right away, and that means she has to live with the forced sequence, which is c8, and you really must then take b8. You can't survive c8, play something else, e8, play something else, and then after that you get more forced moves. It goes c8, b8, e8, f8. Those are all forced, and then it finishes with black going to e7, and it's your turn. And of course, as white, you can play the e2 move, but you know, at that point, black can even just simply go to b2, and the only black discs that are sort of exposed to the outside, where white even has choices, will be the 3 discs at f2, f3, and f4. And I mean, I haven't thought through what really happens next, and perhaps there's a parity problem, because that leaves 2 in the northwest, 2 in the southwest, and 6 in the southeast. But it's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine that white can win that, and you know, that's not the obligatory way to play it with that b2 move.
How about playing h6 first?
h6 for
black.
When?
Now.
I don't see why you do that. The response is
h6, h7,
h7, and you got
g6, and then will she play e2? Or
h5, h4.
And then you can continue up the north, and then something it gets.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, look, the other thing you could do is just play e7 right now, and you know, and say to white, either you play your e2 move right away, and we go from there, or you have, because you can't play e8. But to me, I'm all, let me play c8 b8, and then I'll think about it, and probably at that point, well, she did doing the
so
whole.
she's playing e7, and I think
I really don't understand that, in the sense that I don't understand why you wouldn't play c8 b8 and then e7 if you want to play e7. In other words, imagine this exact same position, but white had b8 and c8, and black had it, and the disc at c6 was black. How could that not be better for black than this? Now maybe this is just going to win, so what's the big deal? But I would much prefer to see that that unbalanced 3 on the bottom, and I'll accept that I have to have the disc at c6 black instead, and give me that position over this position.
Just in response to Little Black Cat, it might often seem in the game of Othello as though the player with lots of discs is winning and likely to win, and the goal of the game by the end of the game is to get as many discs as possible and the most discs. But the way that you actually often achieve that in the game is not necessarily by having the most discs throughout the game, but by maximizing your options. So often the person with fewer discs, more central discs, nicer patterns will be able to get more discs by the end of the game. So I would wait and see until the end. And then also, just quickly, in order to answer to your question, if players reach 0 on the clock in a final, does this discount count to anything in the final? Is there any penalty for that, or do you just lose the game?
well, you have 2 more minutes to finish the game.
That's even in a final.
Yes, because there might be a draw in the second game, and
Right.
the third game then decides on who has more discs.
Okay, but yeah, Othello is a very, very simple game to learn. It's got a couple of rules, but the amount of depth that comes from it is incredible. It's not just a case of flipping as many discs as possible each move. So, yeah.
So I made a time management mistake in one of my games at this tournament, because I was, in fact, I would argue 2 of my games, but I was incredibly close to time defaulting, and I knew I was losing, and I just rushed and made a big mistake in the mid-50s. And if I'd stepped back and thought about it, given there was no way I was winning the game, I should have taken the time to think about it, let myself time default. Once you've time defaulted, you can't win, even if you win on the board. But on the other hand, if you're going to lose on the board anyhow, you've got 2 extra minutes to get it right and not lose those extra 10-15 discs that I lost. Now, that's only relevant if you're sort of dealing with disc tiebreak and trying to get into a playoff or something like that. So it's not really relevant most of the time.
Yeah.
So,
And I believe the way it works is that once you reach 0, you get that extra 2 minutes. You lose the game, but if you complete the game within those extra 2 minutes and win on the board as the person that defaulted on time, then the official score is that you lose 33-31. Whereas if you go over the extra 2 minutes, then it counts as being wiped out.
yes.
So that's the answer to that.
So what we see on the board now is really what David said earlier. As black, you just want to give white everything, give them all the edges, and just make sure you don't run out of moves. Black could have taken a7, which is not too bad, but just giving up the edge now, in even an unbalanced edge, is much more effective. You have this odd region in the south, so parity might even be on black's side now, because white will most likely not want to play the b7, and that's the only way white can play into that region. Black can play there later after there's a white disc on the 7th row. So
I found it interesting he was taking much time at all to think about that move. He must have been checking a few things, but it was pretty clear that he couldn't afford to let white play there, just because if the whole B column was also white, that would be a trouble. So this is a little interesting because Kurita is going to get the last move at the top. I mean, I don't know whether, I would assume Takanashi is going to do C2, although C1 is viable. But it is interesting that he can take yet another edge at the top, another unbalanced edge, and get the last move. I mean, the problem is that he doesn't want to play the moves that open things up, and he just doesn't have a choice. He can. I suppose he might try C1 and dare Takanashi to play D1 and say, okay, let's go from there. But that's not really viable, and either C1 or D1, either B1 or D1 can result in black playing C1, and then the response choice is ugly.
And B1 will also flip F5, so
right.
That's getting into the game for black.
Right, but also after D1, C1, then B1 flips F5, and also after D1, yeah. So he's doing it. He's doing the I can't afford that. I'm daring you to play one of these moves. Now, I actually think that this might be the moment for B2, but who knows?
Well, I think B2 will not be followed by H3, or
yeah, it might. I guess D1 is better because it takes away the H3 move. There's also the I'm going to ignore it theory, where he just says now's my G8 moment, or so I'm actually, you have to be very impressed with the way that Kurita has played this. He's essentially found a sequence where even though what he's got is incredibly ugly, now Takanashi has to be careful. He's pushed it to the edge where I might just run you out of moves. I'm a half a move away from having a break and having a complete disaster. I'm a half a move away from running you out of moves. Now, I don't think it really happens. I don't think it happens because I think that that what Takanashi's got up his sleeve is G8 and then follow it with H5 later. Getting that disc as he just did at F7 doesn't just gain you a move; it gains you access to yet another move at H5. So I think that's just it. There was nothing here. He came within a half a tempo, Kurita, of sort of rescuing this, and it's not rescued.
I think D2 for black would have been dangerous. You take D2, B2, D1, yeah, D1, B2, and then black only can play A7 and can't play B7 at some point.
So I'm thinking about parity now completely. If I'm black, what's interesting, of course, is the top is an 8. It's a 4 on the upper right, and then 4 arguably elsewhere. But white can't initiate. I probably just say I'm going to go ahead with my plan and squeeze my H5 move. Now, I'm just saying that without really thinking out the sequences of what comes next. But there's no question that the what comes next includes flipping a lot of discs. Now, I suppose there's the threat, and the threat B7 is that he'll control the diagonal and go to B7. And that's a double threat, which is he's threatening to control the diagonal in some semi-permanent fashion. And maybe he's trying to threaten that by the time you break the diagonal, I'm going to be wedging at F8 if you ever want to take the corner. An interesting question is whether to think of the F8 square as connected to the 3 squares A7, A8, and B7, and is that a 4 or a 3? There's a lot of interesting things going on. So I think what Takanashi has to be thinking about is, can I just play H5 and get on with it, or is he going to do some really clever stuff? And if I have to play over into these other moves, do I want to do that now? He's probably, I think he actually may conclude he wants to do it now, and I think he may conclude the way to do it is G2. And, you know, I don't know what the response to G2 is, because he just basically says, look, Kurita's got a way to force me to have to play up to the top anyhow, so I might as well play up to the top now. I might as well take away Kurita's best quiet move in those circumstances. And what's the harm of H1? G2. Worst comes to worst, he either takes H1 and we're back to where we were, or he flips the disc at G2. And in either of those cases, I'm in a fantastic position. H1 is just not a good move for my opponent. So I'd be really surprised if he doesn't play G2.
It's also worth pointing out that Kurita not only has the more complicated position to play, but also is lower on time, about to come into under 5 minutes.
I'm surprised that they're still continuing playing with this messy board. Usually Kurita would adjust. And
I'm still surprised. I mean, he obviously thought out that H5 move, which was, you know, what we were talking about first, and decided, okay, it works. But I'm a little surprised that he didn't. But of course, since Kurita did not take the X square, the G2 move hasn't gone anywhere, and
well, it can leave now. Maybe
he could do it now. He could.
I mean, it can leave now if Black plays the obvious G F6, and White can try to play B7.
Right, and so the Kurita threat didn't go anywhere, but that's maybe the reason to have played it earlier. But I think it's a pretty good solid move. I mean, in this theory of the game, you're going to sacrifice H1 more than once as Black. Kurita's going to break the diagonal, and then you're going to do it again by playing something like H2 or G1. I do think that's a reason not to have played the H5 move and put in the extra pair, which is, it does seem to suggest that, of all things, Kurita may end up wedging on the H edge, but you know, there's limited utility in that. There's just so many ways to play it. By the way, including at this point simply playing to B7 yourself. Even that's viable.
Hey, you beat me to it. Yeah, I think given how messy the position is, he's not making it easy, as someone's pointed out. Still made for a very interesting game, and some interesting positions as well, ones you don't often tend to see between Japanese players like this, I think. In my experience, they tend to keep the board a bit more tidy, and
yes,
correct me if I'm wrong.
And I was watching I was in the room watching the third game, and I saw Kurita adjusting even this that hardly ever even looked like out of place, but this looks very messy to me. And he's just taking the time now, even so he has, oh no, okay, now Takanashi is thinking, but it's both are below 5 minutes.
Yeah. And by the way, it's not a rule, but it's etiquette. You should only clean up the board on your own time, not on your opponent's time.
Yeah. Apparently Avi is watching on the metro back to the airport, so I hope you have a good journey back to the States.
What's the other game doing?
The other game, let's switch to the other game quickly.
They're playing it tight too. Things are going to get fast on both boards.
We'll just have a really quick look over at this one and then back to the main one if it's about to get quicker.
It's not the main one. It's the open category.
Well, it's the overall one. I stand by that. Either of the two, anyone can win the other one.
Yes.
So it's hard to find a good move for white now, I guess, and that will most likely lead to Hisako getting parity with A8 in that region. That should be, looks like a strong win for Hisako, but yeah.
Yeah, close and interesting game though. Right, so if we switch back to the open final. Just in time.
Okay.
What's interesting about this is he's clearly evidencing that he does not worry that he's losing after the B7 move. He's not playing that G2 move on 2 occasions. In each case, judging that he didn't have to sacrifice anything up at H1. He didn't have to buy that extra insurance because he didn't really have to worry about B7. That may be true. It just and it may be he's getting more discs this way. It just felt like a much sort of likely to be safer way to play it, playing G2 instead. Now again, I hadn't really looked at the sequences and what would have happened after, G2, G5 and so forth, but it does a little bit surprise me that he played both H5 and now F6 instead of playing G2.
Yeah, I think we will get the B7 now, yes.
Yep.
And there's 2 interesting diagonals. Both can be controlled by either one, for a little bit at least. And I also think that black should maybe consider, white should consider getting the D6 disc out.
There we go. Yeah.
Will black be looking for B2 anytime soon, or?
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, he's basically played. He could have played B2 right away there. He played D1, which leaves the unenviable choice to Kurita of either playing B2 himself for let's give up even more, and parity, or dealing with the fact that he's going to have to play somewhere else, and then guess what? B2 is going to come again on the next turn. Right. One of the interesting things about this position is now that white has the diagonal, there's all these sequences where black does not want to break the diagonal. There's all these sequences where he does not. In other words, let me try again. If black sacrifices the A1 corner, which he's likely to do for parity, or he takes the A1 corner, he does not want Kurita to be able to play F8 and force A8 unless Kurita still controls the diagonal. So now he's sort of imagining both the lines where he gets on the diagonal because that's the way he collects a lot of stuff, and the lines where he doesn't get on the diagonal because that's the swindle later in the game that he plays both A8 and A7.
Interesting. Yeah, so down to 2 minutes. He's played the B2 move.
Yeah, that's the preserve parity move. That's the move where he said, I cannot afford to play one of the moves over in the east and then have black play a B2 and gain a tempo.
So when black gets to play A8, maybe then white swindling, wedging at F7, black could try to get the swindle in the north by playing G7 or something.
Well, first of all, there was no other choice in this move other than the move he just played, so there is that. I mean, yes, there were other choices, but they were either bad or just inserting an extra pair. I can't imagine that he doesn't take the. There's some interesting moves here actually for white, but he's also only got 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
I guess
what's
G2,
really interesting is that F8 flips F3. Yeah, I think it. Yeah, the question is he go? Yes, the other choice was H4 besides G2, and there we go. You know,
So-
again, this is the same thing we saw in the other game. It's the same as playing the X square early.
And the women's final has just finished, so I'm going to. I'm not sure what the score is exactly, but it's a black win for Hisako Kinoshita. So she is the now 3 times women world champion for Othello. So huge congratulations to her. Also, congratulations to Joanna William for her 2nd place. Also very impressive given the strength of the competition this year here in China.
Wow, wow, wow. Look at the fact that the H6 move takes out the disc at D6. That may be important. But no, he's not playing it.
No, and I think black is going for the swindle in the north.
So can white afford to take the H1 corner here, or is that going to... Does he have to go H8? He probably wouldn't go H1 anyway. But how... Oh yeah, okay. But how worried should white be about that swindle? Is it significant, or...
Sorry, which swindle?
Down in the A8 corner.
You won't get a swindle there.
Only,
No,
yeah,
no, no, no.
as
He
in
has to
if...
take it, he has to take it now, otherwise,
okay.
otherwise he would have lost the bottom edge. This is forced. White forced black to take that corner. I don't really see how he's getting enough discs, but he's got parity, which means he's gonna, the game's going to finish with G1, H1, or some variation thereof. Now, black is unfortunately, black could not play G7 successfully in this position. I think if Kurita wins this, that Takanashi, I'd be surprised that Takanashi didn't have a win, and I go back to being a little surprised by his non-playing of G2. Either I'm surprised by his H5 move, and I'm surprised by his F6 move, and I would have thought that he would have thought about G2 at each of those moments.
That will be a nice H8 later, yeah, or now.
Surely this
That
is...
looks...
That was the right order,
Wow.
so that he gets back the disc at E4.
And what is the score?
I don't... Just checking. 33 to 31 to Kurita. Wow.
Congratulations.
What a win. That for such a messy game. That's an amazing...
That was spectacular on Kurita's part, but we'll see in some post-analysis, but I really think that those H5 and F6 moves were not the right approach.
And both of them only have 30 seconds left, or 35?
Yep. So, exceptional time management from the Japanese, as expected. What a comeback, I guess. Yeah. As we said, the position was kind of on a knife edge for white the whole game, but managed to hold on, and parity is very strong. They've played well, and there we go. We'll be back in 15 minutes for the second game between Kurita and Takanashi. If Kurita wins the next one, then he will be world champion. If Takanashi wins the next one, then there'll be a third game to decide. So, see you at 1:45.
Hi, welcome to the second game of the 2024 World Othello Championship final between Seiya Kurita and Yosuke Takanashi. Kurita won the first game in a really exciting endgame where the fortunes ebbed and flowed, and eventually the person who made the second to last game losing mistake, Takanashi, lost that game 33-31. And we started with another tiger. This time I'm Guy, and I'm joined by Matthias Berg and David Shaman for their expert wisdom and commentary. So as far as I'm aware, this is still a relatively standard position, a well-known opening.
It is also drawing.
It would be. This is one of the known draw lines.
Yes. Yes. It's not. Is that Terminori? No, that's not the Terminori.
I'm sorry, which one? Sorry, what did they play? Yeah. That's. Right.
And so obviously, Kurita playing as having won the first game, playing a draw line, forces Takanashi to play a losing line to get a winning position at some point.
Well, yes, but every line's a draw line at move 1.
True.
But I think Kurita deviated already in this line.
Oh, okay.
They're both still in book, playing fast.
Yeah, that move right there is not one you necessarily find quickly if you're not in book. It has interesting, nice attributes to it, but it isn't the first thing that jumps off the page.
The fact that Kurita is thinking now, I guess he was looking for if there's other options to get his Takanashi out of book, because Takanashi is playing very fast, and that's probably not because he doesn't care about the game anymore, just that he knows so many lines.
What I like about this position is, like, if you don't actually look at moves, you just look at, especially before that one was played, you just have a glance at the board. It looks like black is actually quite a long way ahead. It has kind of all its pieces bolt together, whilst white was before this last move spread out round the edges. But white actually has quite a lot of nice little moves, like this one, for example.
Black also has already, like, staying in the center. White is taking edges and having the corner where white can't even play into it. And
although that's an interesting corner, because in theory you say, oh, well, white's on the H edge and white's on the row 1 edge, but he's not, in the sense that there's potential to ignore that formation when it creates absolutely zero options for your opponent. Now it's not quite true because of the E1 move, but it wouldn't surprise me to see white play E1 and then just say, this is stable. We don't have to think about this as me having a position on the H edge. We just have to think about this as me having a position on the top and a couple discs down in the southwest. It really wouldn't surprise me if he squeezes in like an H1 C1 pair, or is willing to take the top edge. Sorry, E1 C1 pair, or is willing to take the top edge with E1 D1 C1, just to sort of say, now we're going to play another part of the board. Now it may not be viable. It may not be viable because you may not really have moves on the west, and both C7 and D7 for white give access to the right hand side of the board. But it's funny, sometimes if you make that formation really, really early, it doesn't play out like having an edge position.
So by that position, you mean the square in the top right-hand corner,
Yes.
leaving the square and just blocking it off
Yes.
as white. It's something that when you first start playing Othello, and you know that corners are good, it's the kind of thing that you actually do quite a lot, because you want to play close to the corner, but not close enough for your opponent to take it. But if they take any of those moves, but what we're doing here is saying actually, not for necessarily the same reasons that you do it when you're.
Yes, and he did exactly what I said. The E1. Yeah, there was a there's a theory that a lot of people develop, which is if I have to get to the corner, if I own all these squares here that are 2 away from the corner, then the only person who can play 1 away from the corner is my opponent, and then I will play the corner. And that doesn't quite work like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, indeed, he put in that pair, and now he's basically trying to think about how do we not open things up in the east.
And interestingly, it's again black being completely all this together, and white having discs spread out everywhere and trying not to get even more.
Yeah, but again, if you go to what I'm saying, I agree with that, except that if you can imagine that the upper right-hand corner is dead and like it's played out as much as it's going to be played out for the whole mid-game, then in fact, white's got almost no discs on the board. Black's everywhere, and white's just got a couple of exposed discs. Now, he's clearly not doing that because he wanted to put in 1 more, but now all he was doing with that pair, and it is a pair, H4, yeah, H4, G5, was taking away D1. He's making it really, really dead. And if it's dead, I don't know what his plan is for playing out the West yet, but he's clearly looking at essentially, yeah, I got a lot of discs there, but there's no moves there.
So I don't think that black will go for C2. Maybe consider B4 or D7 or G5.
You were making the point that G5 can wait. It was a natural pair, but there was no rush to take it. Choose another moment. Save it.
Yep. And C7 was probably better than D7 because white could otherwise just play through and take E8 without flipping much external material. So only the south, where if white followed up, then black could just. No, if black followed up, then white could just take it.
I have to say that this is a position where if you threw me down in a minute and in the middle of it now, just looking at it fresh and telling me I have to be white, it's terrifying, it's difficult. I'm a little surprised with Takanashi going back to this world of he's got the harder choices, but he must know, given he's only at best a move or 2 out of book, he must know that he's in a playable position. And so he's almost probably thinking of it a bit like a puzzle, which is, okay, wait a second, I know this is playable. I know that I should be able to get the board to fill up on the west side and not have to take a lot of garbage while doing it, but how? And that is non-obvious.
How about B4, which looks ugly but might not be that bad?
Maybe. Maybe. I was tempted by A6. Yeah. It is a little scary with any of them because the reality is black's still got G5. There's also the world of playing.
Well, there's no G5 after A6, right? Oh, no, that's what was just looking at it wrong. Bad looking at the diagonal.
Yeah, this is actually looking kind of ugly. I'm surprised. I'm surprised. like I said, if you plunked me down in this and said you're in this position, I'd be very, very unhappy. And yet I'm surprised if he's really in trouble, because he sort of deliberately played into this. There we go. That was your suggestion. It's definitely better than the other two we suggested. I see that. It's just hard to.
And maybe black needs to play g4 now? Or
G5, you mean?
d5, yes.
Well, maybe. I mean, one of the things that A6, sorry, that B4 bought you was maybe you've made the C8 move viable. I don't know. Which discs did?
B5 and C4.
Yeah, B5 and C4 were flipped.
And also D4, right?
Yes.
But I don't want to look at analysis.
No, I'm doing it.
So it really is gutsy. It's pretty clear that if black plays G5, white is not likely to play C2 or D1 because of flipping the D3 disc and giving the A6 move to black. And if you were going to play one of those two, it would probably be D1 and say, black, you're going to take this edge, or I get B1. But I would not want to be in that position. I would not want to be in a position where black could be throwing H1 to me this early in the game. So if he plays G5, I think the answer is white's going somewhere else. And, the somewhere else, I suppose it's the pull to C8. But
and maybe that's why black could play A4 now?
Well, maybe, but I'm saying that I think black is doing really well with G5, not doing poorly. I mean, I get it. It's your moment to play A4 without flipping B4, so it feels like.
And also you get access to D7 if white would want to play C8.
Well, I'm assuming it's a pair. I'm assuming it's A4, A6, and then you're right back to the choice. And the question is.
But then you can play G6, and then there's no C8. That's my point.
No. There's still a C8. It would be a pair, A4, A6, and then you'd play your G5 move, and he'd still play C8.
Which pair are we talking?
Oh, I see. You're saying
A4 gives access to D7.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But
and D8 is poisoned after G5.
I don't understand what Takanashi was up to get into this position.
He clearly knew this deeper or quite a long time, even so Kurita deviated, if I'm not wrong. Maybe I don't know the draw line good enough.
I wonder if there are sequences after G5 that involve white playing D1 so that white can later play D7 without giving access to G6, even though he flips the disc at F6. I wonder if that's part of the plan.
But after D1, black maybe doesn't even need to take.
Right. There's another interesting move of A6 right now. It's
It's a bit louder than the other two options, but
it is, but it gives 0 responses on the A side, and it takes away tons of moves. And if you think that C8 is the response, that's going to flip the C4 disc right back again. And
I guess, of course, B3 is a valid move.
yeah, this is what's really scary about this position if you're white, which is all these black choices probably are decent. And again, I'm just going back to, did he do something deliberately bad, or did he actually, was he out of book when he looked like he was in book? Or is this actually not something that black survives despite it looking very powerful?
If black was in any trouble, then even a move like B2 could be playable, but there's no need to offer anything like that now.
Yeah, it's pretty clear to me that you don't want to do G5 right away. That you don't want to do G5, C8, and then move on with things. You don't want to do. I mean, it still looks okay. It looks viable, but you're going to have to respond on your next black move to break through anyhow. And so, do it on your own terms. Do it now. I agree that A4 looks really pretty, but I am very tempted by that A6 move. To me, that's the my opponent suddenly feels like he's got an enormous headache move. Now, one thing to be said against that is maybe the answer is white does not really mind going to D7 right now because black already has access to G5. So what exactly are you giving? And if you're giving, a G6, then you're going to play G5 yourself. But again, it still feels like one of these things that's sort of falling apart on white, particularly since this notion of ending up with the.
How about A6 D1? Will black take?
No, I think it goes A6 D1 A3.
So then black shouldn't be afraid of white taking it because there's always a G2.
Well, H2 or G2 or
Yeah.
just a very simple start with G5 and go from there. Sorry, H2 or G2 or start with a very simple G5 and go from there. But no, I'm not afraid of white taking because I don't think white can win a game after white has taken that, whether you do something right away or not. Now, admittedly, you maybe run out of moves, but you're not going to be running out of moves. You're going to play G5.
How about A6 E8?
Yeah. He went with G5 right away. I think A6 E8 probably would have been met by D8 and go from there. But
I guess E8 G D7.
Yeah. I mean, look, A6 that I was suggesting was clever. But clever is not always the same thing as good.
That's why they are sitting there and thinking about it deeper.
Yeah. Exactly. You got to scratch the surface further.
And when you're commentating, it's very, very easy to look at the really exciting, clever moves that aren't good. And actually, it's a good thing to do in tournaments when you're actually playing, to look at the clever moves that aren't good, because sometimes they are good, and you just wouldn't have realised if you didn't look at it.
sometimes they're good, but they're too hard. So this is a really interesting choice for black. My gut tells me, well, that's very interesting.
A6.
My gut was telling me ignore it and play A6. Perhaps the problem with A6 is not that white takes, which looks like a disaster. You just follow up with A5. Perhaps the problem with A6 is that white goes to H5 and you don't have any access to G6 and you don't have any access to A5 and it's your turn again and you have to again consider taking the top. But I think that seems healthy.
How about C2?
That's interesting too. C2 is the one move that might actually tempt me as white to respond with B1. You've basically poisoned your ace. Maybe it's not poison, that's too strong a word. But you've basically gotten rid of some of the benefits of A5, A6. If you do play A6,
Oh, you can play A3 then or something.
A3, A4, but I agree. You know, you have to. It might play out, but
On the other hand, I feel like A6 is. You don't have to be very brave, and it seems to be hard for white to deny A5. Like if you do with with H5. Then you play H6 and you have back your G5 disc. And
yeah, I'm actually less concerned about the 5 on the H than I am about the 5 on the top.
Can I ask a question? Have you both dismissed G1?
No, we were saying that we might just ignore it and attack it. But of course, G1 means that there's one parity region potentially for black. There's good reason to take it, but then you...
So parity reason, you mean like white won't want to play in there because it's just too horrible?
Well, black.
I actually think of it almost the inverse of that. I don't think about taking G1 because two things. G1 makes other things worse for whatever comes next. Okay, fine. But also, the main thing is, if I judge that white cannot afford to take B1, I can delay taking G1. So for example, if I like the A6 move, I want to put in a pair, A6 something, and then play G1. Whereas there's no point in G1 something because then I can't play A6. So I want to find out if there's another move I like. And normally you would worry, oh, but that loses a tempo because white's going to take B1 and then you have to play again. But if you decide, no, I'm not worried about white taking B1. It's not good. He's not going to do it. And if he does do it, I will figure out a way to win, sacrificing the H1 corner multiple times or getting the H1 corner. Then since I'm not worried about my opponent taking it away, it's a free move.
And you know already that you want to play A5 afterwards, so yeah. You have to
Okay, I'm not arguing because you're both better than me. But if I was black, I would play G1 here. It might just be the way I play, and it might be why I lose more games than you. But my reasoning, G1 H5 H6. My plan would be to sacrifice the top corner.
Yeah, but how? You want to? Okay, so you want to play G1 H5 H6 H7 G2.
Yeah.
But then you might end up losing like then there would be an F8 coming, and you have no access to the wedge anymore.
Apart from after H6. Oh no, you've got H5.
Well, he did what you're suggesting, but I will tell you there's no guarantee that white's going to take that edge. White may say, okay, fine, here we are, and he has to, he's going to play H5 now because black has access, but if the response is h6, maybe he says, I'll take c8. Maybe he says, I'll take d7. Maybe he, maybe he doesn't take right away. Now, of course, that means black could take another edge, and that would be black with, guess what, 2 unbalanced edges. And unless he can run white out of moves, and maybe he can, maybe he sees his way through to that, that's scary for black.
So you think h5 is the white move here?
Yes, I think that's likely. If for nothing else, it forces. Well, maybe not, I suppose, but I think it's the likely move. I think he is too worried about black's own access to h5.
See, my reasoning, and I'm not reading it this far, so it just might not work. But if, as black, you can give white the right edge and make the sacrifice at the top corner and leave the whole of the left-hand side white, then white will have to make a move down towards the south, or maybe g6 if it's still available, and all of those moves look pretty horrible to me.
Well, look, I think white's going to have to play to the south anyhow, and all he has to do is survive and force black to play one move to the west. I also think that in the long run, the way that's playing out is just trading edges, and with white getting the top and black getting the east, and that's may not be enough. And I think the other, I mean, look, it's interesting. Kurita obviously agreed with you. He played the move you were suggesting, but I'm more inclined to think that Kurita saw problems with the sequences where he didn't take it right away than that he ran to it as an advantageous sequence to have that edge. He has really quite poisoned everything he would later hope to do on the west, on the A-B area, which means that he may have concluded that he can play out the game without having to break through. But I find that unlikely.
But I'm starting to believe that maybe black can run white out of moves and actually make use of that sacrifice.
Well, I think where it goes wrong is white will squeeze a move to b7 pretty soon, even in open territory, and that's one of the reasons to play h5 right away. And the only way to break is another form of black breaking through. So if worse comes to worse and white needs black to break through, throw away the open corner, and it's not going to get very many discs unless it's played out. But if it's played out, you've already won that battle.
Well, to get back the access, you just play b3 for black.
Yeah, but b3 is a perfect example of, okay, great, now I've opened up the west edge and I haven't run him out of moves. And now you can say, okay, but you gave me a corner, so maybe that's the definition of running out of moves. I don't know. I guess I haven't really looked at the sequences, but if all the sequences involve g2, I mean, I still don't see it. So suppose he does take the 5. Suppose it does go h5, h6, h7, g2. Okay, now I play c8. Now what? Now it's your turn again. How is that running your moves territory? Maybe c8's a little ugly because of the c2 axis. So maybe you play d7 instead. But again, at that point, d7 the only move it'll make available is d8, which opens up the c2 option, and white will in any event take the g6 option, and black will have already occupied g2, which, by the way, probably means he can't play c2 because it'll be a swindle, and white will play h2. So I think all of that starts to fall apart in about 6-8 moves.
How about h5, h6, and then d7?
Yeah, I had my eye on that as well, and that's what I was saying about don't be surprised if he doesn't take the edge. Now, again, what what Takanashi would have to think about is, okay, and then black may actually bite the bullet and take h2, and you have to be prepared to play that game as well, the one where he's taken the 2 5s. So he will give d7 careful thought to say, can I survive the game where my opponent has taken both of those 5s? And maybe that's the game where he gets run out of moves. And if he decides, no, I can't do that, I'm going to run out of moves, no, he's going to take h7. If he decides, oh, wait a minute, I don't run out of moves even if he plays h2 next, I'll follow my d7 with c8 or something, then he's definitely going to go for that move. Yeah, I agree. I have to say, the more I look at this, the more the closer it seems in terms of you've got a whole set of scenarios that involve not similar but somewhat more aggressively different ways to play it.
I like aggressive, which is why I'm suggesting that black line, because I agree with you. I think if black ends up playing on the left-hand side, he's utterly dead. And it's not obvious that he can play out the bottom of the board, but to me it's not obvious that he can't either. And so rather than play through to an end game against white in a close game, I would rather go for the kill and either kill or be killed.
Okay. Othello beyond Thunderdome. I do think it's, again, yet another example of Takanashi taking the exact right time to think. But I will be very surprised if at the end he does not choose h5. I fear that he may be spending more time trying to figure out whether the line works than considering how does any other move constitute an improvement or an alternative. And again, nothing is an improvement, because definitionally anything else you do might get a response and then you still have h5, or it might get something that kills the whole point, either a play to h5 by black or something that puts a disc on the mini diagonal that creates an access to g6 if white plays h5. So he's really considering, is the move viable or is it something else?
Just a quick interjection. I've just managed to get the comments up on YouTube after faffing around for about 5 minutes. And Travis Wadley and Santiago Grass. This is the second game, and Kurita won the first game. So this is the second game of the final. If Takanashi wins this one, then it will go to a third game. If Kurita wins this one, then he will be the world champion for 2024. And Kurita won the first game 33-31 in what was quite a topsy-turvy ending, back and forth between them.
So David just said he's thinking too much about how h5 works out, and if you really decide you are going to play it anyway, you may just play it now and see the responses and think about the responses later.
David who? Oh, Shogi.
Yeah. What you were talking about. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I think the thing that's got him thinking a long time appropriately is this position is so precarious that if it doesn't work, it could be very, very bad. So I think it's almost certainly the correct move, but my guess is that if there's some flaw in it and it doesn't work, that there we go. He did not do it. And I have to say that throw everything we've been saying out, that was not in our conversation. That's a totally different generation of moves. And in fact, what he's basically doing is saying, yes, go ahead and you either have to break through or go ahead and wedge. And if you wedge, I'm going to take the G2 move, leave that as a pair. You can have the top edge, we'll be wedged, and now it's time to play over on the right. And frankly, I almost feel silly in seeing it that we didn't generate that H6.
When you were originally saying to me H5, I thought you meant H6, but you said H5, so we started looking at that. B3 is now really, really quiet, even though it's on the left. I'm not sure that there's any advantage to playing it, but it's really, really quiet, so I'd certainly look at it. And A4.
Yeah, there's risks here of basically he's recreated opportunities for I mean, there's also the fact that Takanash can play. He can do his own G2 right now. There's many different scenarios here. I'll be curious in a retrospective analysis of whether H5 worked or not. But this is an interesting one in the sense that there are multiple ways for Black to play this.
Because another option is for Black to take several moves, maybe not immediately, but C2, then allows him to play the G2 move as a sacrifice again. Because then if White takes the corner, he gets H2 and H5 as separate moves.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get 3 or 4 moves. Exactly. I'm not convinced about H6. I'm saying silly because I was dismissive of this game, and then they look at it and okay, yeah, it looks viable. But looking at it, I'm not convinced.
I was actually looking at it earlier, and I decided that it can't be like you're not playing for points here. You're playing to win, and this looks like you almost gave up on H5, and now you give Black so many things to work with. Yes, Black can still mess up, but I think that this is like White is not going to. Well, White could play G2, but then it's losing top edge, second row, west edge, and that's just too
and by the way, what's nice about C2 now is not only is it, I mean, obviously you can have White sacrifice the top, but you know what? You've already planned to sacrifice the top. If you're Black, you've already planned to play the G2. You're not getting the top edge. If White wants to sacrifice it and you can start getting the west, that's great. The one thing that's nice about G2, other than that, is you've now reestablished that after D7 you will have access to G6, because that was always one of the charming points for White about D7. These moments of playing it when Black did not have access to G6 in both lines. I mean, that was the whole point of the H5 move. There was no immediate access to G6, but in this case,
but Black doesn't really need G6.
No, but Black wants to have the optionality of it.
So how about A4 now?
C2. A4. No. Well, I don't know about A4 because I mean most of those sequences. I mean, no, actually, that's pretty. A4 is pretty. A4 is pretty.
I mean,
but
even a crazy looking move like B2 could be fine. Just follow up.
There is very, very little wrong with B2. B2 is
So B2 isn't that stupid because of there's no access for White to C2 immediately. And Black's already planning on playing C2 and making the sacrifice at G2 anyway. Black's getting an awful lot of moves in that top region to get decent wedge on the right-hand side with an extra move on the right-hand side as well.
I mean, there's a world in which I guess most of White's moves will break the diagonal, whether he wants to or not. But for example, if he tries not to, there's a world in which actually I don't even see a single move that doesn't break the diagonal. So that may not be a question, but you can imagine Black getting 4 of the 5 moves up there, plus 2 of the 3. You can imagine Black getting. You can imagine Black getting 6 of the 8 moves up top, plus having H5. That's pretty funny.
And all because of H6, possibly.
Yeah, I don't. I've said I felt silly that I didn't generate H6, but I have a feeling there was some hindbrain stuff going on there, telling me don't look at that. It's deadly. I have to say, of the 3 moves we've been discussing, the more I look at it, the more I really do like B2.
Me too. No, me too. Starting to sound like Shakespeare.
It's 2.
Or not B2.
Yes.
So
Do you guys know about the parrot?
The Cambridge parrot.
The Cambridge parrot.
Yeah.
And
I won it a few times
and
had to leave it in Cambridge.
and do you know why it's called an X parrot?
Monty Python would be my guess.
Yes. It is an X parrot. It has seized B2.
I did not know that.
Think about it hard. It's a pun on 3 levels.
For those not in the know, the parrot was a cuddly toy trophy in about maybe 25, 30 years ago in the UK, when there were a good number of students at Cambridge University. The parrot was a trophy that was a challenge trophy. One person was the champion, someone else challenged them. If they beat them in 2 games, then they won the trophy, which was the parrot. And it had the weird thing of, one, it was never allowed to leave Cambridge. So even if you became the champion and you lived outside Cambridge, you had to give it up again immediately. And the second thing was that there was a list of rules, and every champion, everybody that won the parrot, got to write a new rule for the parrot competition that was ongoing. So that's the parrot pun that David was referring to.
You need to understand Monty Python as well to fully appreciate it.
Yes, Ilya, the Monty Python Dead Parrot sketch is related to the parrot. It was, they chose what David was just trying to explain was they chose a parrot because, and they called it a dead parrot because it seized B2 rather than it ceased to be, which is, B2 is obviously an X square, so it was an X square parrot seizing B2 rather than the Monty Python sketch, which was an X parrot ceasing to be, and that is the triple level pun.
So, as we have time to think about it more, what options do we actually consider? B2, C2, well, A4, G2?
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that he's going to be thinking about B2 versus A4, and I guess the question is, if he plays A4, because clearly he yes,
and he does.
He does.
And then white will most likely answer with d7, I would think.
Yeah.
Or ask for the a6, a5.
Right. And it is interesting because, you know, he clearly made the decision. Either he didn't like B2 or he didn't need B2, and I think this is a didn't need, not a didn't like. And you know what's salient here is the unfortunate nature of A5 flipping everything instead of including F6. What's interesting here is a move like A6, but it's got a response and you have to consider it. And then white's got a break to the bottom. And the other thing is that black may just simply have decided, I like this 5 and 3 that white can't touch. And even though they add up to an even number, you have to argue that H5 is connected to the top. And so that's actually 9 squares. And at some point, you're either going to play into the 3 when white can't take H1 and everything's going to be fantastic, or you're going to go back to some you're just going to have parity. You can turn that 3 into a 1 if white takes H1 and then start playing the 5 out immediately. I mean, it all depends on what happens next, but it just feels like there are loads of ways to finish this game, and you can't really even figure them all out necessarily now, simply because Takanashi has choices and they'll be different, but Kurita looks very comfortable.
And yeah, he still has 20 minutes left. Takanashi to try to make it as complicated as possible.
What about A5?
Well, you know, the interesting thing about A5 is it may be the right move, and if it is, I would argue that B2 was better than A4, and the reason is B2 still exists, but is worse in so many ways. B2 exists, except that, guess what? White has access to C2. B2 exists, except guess what? If white somehow had a reason to go to H2, which he doesn't, he would lose access to C2. B2 exists, except, you know, it just feels a little bit. Now, one of the answers may also have been he concluded all that's worth it because after the B2 sequence, when you finally finish things off with black going to A2, when that 5 is filled, there's no bleed across down move into A4. You've already played out A4, A5. So I think, I mean, we're not thinking deeply enough about this to know, but I think those are the sort of attributes he was thinking about, because, look, there's no question that even though after A5, H5 is quiet, I'm pretty sure his plan is not to play H5. There's really, it looks incredibly attractive, but there's very little redeeming value for black in playing H5. Now, he may be contemplating playing H2, but we were never going to get that. So
I think we would have seen C2 after an H5.
yeah, maybe. Right, natural response. That was clearly well planned all along. And look, we're back into this world where, by the way, B7 is equally on the table as anything else. In fact, I would kind of expect B7 at this point.
The problem is that there's a B7 response.
There's a what response?
B7, D7.
Oh, sorry, you were correct. Sorry, after this move.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Maybe just go for G2 or G2 now.
Yeah, it's always been available. It's always been one of the ways to play it. And again, the thing to remember about G2 is while it's nice to control the diagonal, that's not the most important feature. You don't really mind if you're giving up H1.
So the point is rather can you just wait with it or not? Do you have something better to play?
Well, you're changing the parity dynamics. In other words, the top region's 8. So if you're intent on ignoring G2, white has parity in the rest of the board. And again, nothing's for free until H5 has access or is forced or something. But if you play the G2 move, now suddenly white has to play the last move in the rest of the board. So it's interesting, but I don't think this is the moment. I don't think the moment when white's got access to G6 is your moment. On the other hand, flip side of that, what else are you going to do? Yeah.
You have E8 to think about, and then what else?
Well, E8 will buy you that B7 move I was talking about. Yeah. Pretty sure we're gonna. Well, actually, it's interesting. B7 is that way of playing it, and that may be just sort of throwing in the towel.
B7,
but he's got to do it.
Yeah. How do we cut the diagonal if we want the diagonal?
Well, that this is interesting because
C2 is not even cutting it.
No, I didn't mean it.
Well, I don't.
So I was thinking of C2, not to cut the diagonal, but to give me a move to cut the diagonal. But the problem is that white takes G6 himself, and then black has to give up a lot to cut the diagonal. Also
No, I think it will be G6, G7, and white can't cut the diagonal except for playing H5 and then.
White can't cut the diagonal? Which one? What?
Black can't cut the diagonal.
I actually think that if it's about cutting the diagonal, which I'm not sure it is, because white's going to play B8 anyhow. You could even do it with A2 and not really worry about throwing away the A edge and not really worrying about throwing away the pseudo parity. But maybe that would probably come back to haunt you. But you shouldn't forget in these positions, and the reason he played B7. I really don't like that A4 move in retrospect. I really think he should have gone to B2. I think that was a mistake, that A4 move.
I agree.
Good. But you have to not forget that your opponent is going to B8 next. Clearly if you do things like...
But how... Then there's this red. So B8, C8. There's this red.
Yeah, I know, but all he's doing is cutting himself off from the. You're not going to get the swindle.
No, but the threat is that you have to play. White has to continue playing to the south.
Yeah, you're not going to get. You're not going to get the swindle. It's
not a swindle, but the problem is, White will have to play lots of moves in the south and will flip all the discs like F6, etc.
Well, I think that. I think that that's not the way I think it's going to transpire. You have to remember, first of all, it's black's turn. So this is after black has done something. And the question is, what is he going to do? And again, it could be just as simple as let's put in this pair of B2, C2. But again, it would be black's turn. And white taking that move is in a... Yes, what you said is a problem, but it's going to be a point in time where there's nothing else to be played in anyhow.
How about B2 now?
Yeah, that's what I said. You put in the B2, C2 pair.
Yes. B2, yes, B2, C2, A2.
Okay, yes, he could take. Yes, it leaves a hole. Yes. But black
and
doesn't.
And then you play G2.
You don't have access. You don't have access to G2 as black.
You will after A2.
No, not after B2, C2.
B2, C2, A2. That was.
Doesn't flip diagonally. B2, C2 leaves the B3 disc black.
What?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm looking at the board diagonally. That doesn't help. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose. was...
That was the way to cut the diagonal. You start the idea with the a4, and then you play g2 and get parity because the h4-5 thing at least, hopefully.
Well, I agree with your starting premise that putting in b2 makes sense, but b2, c2, a2.
What else do you play after b2, c2?
Well, I was making the argument a minute ago to play a2 right
A2
away. Yeah, but b2, c2 I suppose helps. But I'm
Smurf has asked a question: who wins if it's a draw? So Smurf, if you are talking about this specific game, if this is a draw, it goes to a third game because it's not yet decided because there would be a discount tiebreak. If you mean that the 3 games are split 1.5 each, the person who was highest in the prelims is the winner, I think.
that's correct.
So how is this gonna go?
I don't understand why he did that. I do like the plan you are articulating better. I think that White is going to play g2 here, and Black feels like he's losing parity, and
But I think Black is going for b2, like getting the h1 diagonal.
all right, and that's when we follow up with b8 and we say, okay, let's finish this with parity.
And then there will be a sad a2 at some point for Black. Yeah.
The other point to remember is there's a risk of I mean, one possibility is that he just plays it out. He plays a1 forcing a2. He plays h1 forcing h2, and then because he has the b1 disc, he goes down to g6 and says, "Ha! You don't have access to the corner." Now, what I don't know in that is whether Black can then play b8 instead of White playing b8. But there is a sequence where he just plays it out and takes his edge and allows those 2 side wedges, but finishes with g6. I think White wins that. I think White wins the game that goes g2, b2, c2, b1, a1, a2, h1, a2, h2, g6. I think, but he's not even going to try it. Now that's a very interesting move because it cuts Black off from g2.
But you get the swindle down there.
The swindle where?
A8. Why doesn't Black just quickly play a8? What's up with that?
I have to agree with you. What did he do? Do you think he now sees it? Look at his face. Are we missing something? Because I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
How is that not a major blunder?
And I mean, Black will at least get the A column and a lot of on the B column, and it most likely get the
well, more to the point. I mean,
yeah.
What now? That's bound to be a huge blunder. I don't understand why he wasn't playing g2.
And he had 15 minutes left. Why not just g2?
All right, are we missing something here? I mean, obviously, first of all, Black does not have to play
a7 unless White gets access there.
Well, White has to choose a move, of course, so that's the first problem, and all the moves will give access except for g2. And then
g2 is horrible. because black will get a nice G column, and as we said, A column, B column. Yeah. And there's a parity region, so yeah. This is.
No, I all right. I mean, unless he's seeing something we're not.
It's looking at the spawn.
Yeah, he malfunctioned.
Well, there's no access. Like if black takes the B A7, and white will play D7, and there's no access.
D8, you mean?
Yeah, D8.
Yeah. Okay. So what?
That's just like the only thing to play for right now.
I mean, I'm sorry. Oh, he didn't even bother because again, whoa. All right, we are obviously misanalyzing this position if he did not think it was worth it to prevent the swindle.
Well, I guess he just wants the parity now.
Well, even still, it's a funny one.
Yeah, he's not getting the parity because he will have to play G2.
Well, he does have parity because
well, he has to play G2, and then white will get H1, and
I would love to go back and look at that other position and understand why he was nervous about A7, D8. It seemed to me that worst comes to worst, you could just unwedge and I really didn't see what was going to happen after A7, D8, A2, play the game. B1, B2, B1, A1, C2.
How about even? Well, that's a long time ago already. But if he took the A7 and then D7, D8, how about A2, B2, B1 even?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
That's exactly
okay.
what I was saying. So in any event, white is going to figure something out here.
Yes, the time.
Yeah, it is interesting because it's illusory. I mean, in other words, if white plays A7, it looks like he's cutting himself off from a 3, but what are you going to do? Because it's not really a 3, it's a 6 because both of black's moves to G7 and H7 give access to the corner, at which point if white takes the corner, he's got access to D8, and so everything is connected. So in fact, A7 doesn't work here for black. Sorry, for white.
Which one? A7.
Well, no, I'm saying it seems to work here for white because well, let me put it another way. If white plays A7, black cannot exploit the 3. So black will play into the 3, and
Black can also play G2 at some time, but
doesn't have access to G2.
G7, I mean.
Oh, yeah, but that's my point. That's what makes it into a 6, not 2 3s. If black plays G7, white takes H8, and admittedly, white will have cut himself off from H7, but he will get the bottom edge. But I don't like it for parity.
It was a shocking endgame for us, at least already, but maybe we are in for some more shocking. guess black needs to play to the south and then get the h1 and then get parity in the north.
Yeah, well, black is
the west.
white is very concerned about black's opportunistic timed g7 move. In fact, that may even be why you need to play g2, just so that g7 flips the g6 disc. It's just giving up a lot.
But that is also the end of parity there.
Yes, correct. He does not have, well, all right, so if you have to play out the bottom and you somehow have to, I don't see what you can do about g7 eventually for black. I don't see what, for black playing g7. I don't see what you can do about the threat of g7 if you're white. You know.
Well, you just take it as take h8.
Yeah, but then you don't have parity. You don't have access to h7.
Well, what?
There are 4 squares in the a7 and b8, c8, d8, and if you play one of them, that leaves 3. If black plays g7, you got to play into the 3 again. And that's not viable because you can't.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. So how about d8 now?
d8?
Yeah.
What did you say? d8? d8?
d8.
Yeah, d8. I mean, you can give up all the discs. You can go d8 and then black plays a7 and then you have to play g7 yourself, but then black's got a2. You can. I mean, what he's basically done is he's preserved that a7. What black did, what Kurita did, was preserve the a7 move on the theory that white cannot play a7. And white can't. Well, white could play a7.
Oh, by the way,
it's very tricky.
Yeah. So we agree that it looks better for black right now, right? Because of the g7 and the exit book. So that the white can't really take a7 without losing the parity race.
No, I didn't say that. I think that that
also there won't be a good way to maximize the disc with the parity, right, for black?
Correct.
Because the second row will be all white.
I think the only way to play it for white is to play a7. And then if g7, play g2. And it's close.
How can white not continue? A7 G2 H8, and then where does black play? Can't play a B8.
What do you mean? What do you mean H8? A7.
Can no.
A7 for white, G7 for black.
White G.
White
H8?
G2.
No, white J. White.
No, you don't want to play H8 and cut yourself off from H7.
Let's assume you do.
Oh, well then black will just play B8. It's your turn.
Can't. Black can't. That was my point.
All right, so he plays
D8.
D8.
Yeah. And then
Or he plays even. Can he play C8? I don't know. Yeah. But what I liked about the other sequence, I like the idea that everything may go wrong, but at the end, oh, there we go.
And
all right, so this is the one I don't understand, because I don't understand what comes after A7, and I go back to whether or not we're reading it wrong. But then again, this is forcing black to do something different.
well, but now if white goes A7, then he has to play B8.
Yeah. Now tricky endgame.
So
I think black's collecting an awful lot of discs this sequence.
oh no. Well,
I do like some of the sequences where black aggressively goes to B2 on the theory of keeping the diagonal.
yeah, B2 now, right? Something.
Yeah, even now maybe, but
Or after the pair H2 H8.
well, look, there is
H7.
an interesting question of, do you actually want to play H7 or H8 eventually? I actually. I'm pretty sure you win with B2.
Just to interrupt here, we've got a few questions on the live chat. One of the questions is this like Go? And the answer is, in that it's a two-player strategy game with all of the information available to both players. Yes, it is. It's different from Go, humanly speaking, because Go, you kind of build up the position move by move by move. With Othello, it's not as complex, but for a human, it changes, the position changes quite dramatically every time you play a disc. So it's very easy to make a mistake when looking ahead. But the rules are different, but it's similar in that it's a two-player open information strategy game. The other question is counting counters allowed? Yes, it is. You're not allowed to write anything down. But you will often see players counting, especially at this point in the game, because sometimes your reading and your intuition are wrong. But if you've reached a point in the game where you can count to the end of the game, then it's advisable to do so, because you might find a line that doesn't look like it's winning, but when you count it, and you count right to the end of the game, then you realize it is winning, and you play the right line, not the wrong one. You don't make a mistake. It can be quite difficult to count from a long way out, because often there's a lot of lines, even with only 8 squares empty. It's quite a lot of lines left. So it can be quite difficult to count. And as I said, the board changes a lot with every move. So it's also possible to make mistakes. And if you make a mistake with one disc, it can affect the final score by quite a lot, because you're not looking at other discs that are being flipped. Anyway, we're playing through to the end of the game quickly now.
No? Well, but black will get A1, right? To avoid the spindle. Yes. Or B2, big B2. So yeah, that's a nice B2. Are you getting them here? No.
No. So we're going to go and grab the two players for an interview. We would love to stream it live, but we're not going to be able to because of the Chinese connection. we want to make it a video. So we're going to take them to the interview room, we're going to record it, and we will upload it as soon as we possibly can. But for clarification, if you've only come in to see the second game, Kurita won the first one in a topsy-turvy game. And then in the second game, we suspect that a move to h6 on the edge cost Takanashi a close position. H. The white move down to the edge rather than H. And Kurita won a much more comfortable game this second time round. But so we have a new world champion, Seiya Kurita from Japan, the runner-up from last year. A new runner-up, Takanashi, who is himself a 5 times world champion. We'll go and grab them. We'll get an interview. We'll get it uploaded as soon as we can. Thank you for watching.